Now I request respected Professor Vishwanath Chakraborty, Professor, Department of Political Science, Rabindra Bharati University, to please come to the dais. Sir, please come. I would now request Dr. Mousumi De, Associate Professor, Ranaghat College, to felicitate our respected Professor Shumit Mukherjee. Srimati Shuchandra Mitro, Assistant Professor, Ranaghat College, to felicitate respected Professor Chakraborty with flower bouquet, Uttorio, and a token of appreciation. Thank you, Shuchandra. Sir, please be seated. Let's start with the second plenary session. This session will be chaired by Professor Rahul Tripathi, Professor of Political Science, T.T. Koshambi School of Social Sciences and Behavioral Studies, Goa University. I would now request Honorable Professor Rahul Tripathi, and we are very much delighted to have you among us today. The honorable speakers for this session are Professor Shumit Mukherjee, Honorable Professor Dr. Ali Shamim, Assistant Professor, Maldives National University. He also joined the conference yesterday, and we are also very much delighted to have you among us today. I now request you to please grace the dais. I express our sincere gratitude to the honorable dignitaries for gracing us with their presence. May I now request Sri Krishna Gopal Mahato, Assistant Professor, Government General Degree College, Chapra, to introduce our speaker, Honorable Professor Shumit Mukherjee.
My namaskar, Professor Shumit Mukherjee. Professor Mukherjee is awarded Nehru Fulbright Fellowship. His research area, conflict resolution, peace studies, diaspora studies, political thought, Netaji studies, and Indian freedom movement. His teaching experience act as a research person, UGC research course organization. Act as a research person, ICSSR sponsored 10 days research methodology course. Act as a resource person, extended speaker, MHRD resource person. Act as a Arts and Commerce, University of Kolkata, Faculty of Education, University of Kolkata, for studies on Bengali diaspora, University of Kolkata. Head of the Department of Political Science, University of Kolkata, and head of the Political Science, Avian Shield College. Book published by various books. I just mentioned সুভাষ চন্দ্র জীবনে রবীন্দ্রনাথের প্রভাব, collection of essay on Subhash Chandra Bose in Bengali. Subhash Chandra Bose, the making of warrior. He write various articles, so many hundred. Subhash Chandra Bose and Aurobindo Ghosh and the concept of armed struggle This is another one of the important paper, or Subhash Chandra Bose, invited lecture on administrative and professional government of Azad Hind Fauj, organized by Ramakrishna Mission Residential College. Invited lecture in webinar on human rights and recent organized by the Department of Political Science. Invited lecture on human rights and present reality. Act as a resource person at UGC HRDC. Invited piece on Indo-China in pandemic time. Invited lecture on Tagore and environment. Research weekly Vidyashar workshop on research methodology and statistic analysis of physical education. Invited lecture as a national seminar on contemporary of Sister Nivedita. And he also achieved a research project, University Grand Commission, political movement and militancy in North Bengal and Eastern Assam since 1980s. She also associated various organizations in political, West Bengal Political Science Organization and Indian History Congress, Institute of Historical Studies is also. He also supervised MPhil PhD. His first PhD scholar, Dr. Mousumi De. Dr. Mousumi De, our conference coordinator also. Also presented national and international paper and published in various books. It's a long historical journey, so many papers. I just read out 2 and 3 or few papers. Thank you, sir, and my namaskar.
Now I request Professor Shumit Mukherjee please come.
When chairperson has to start. So let me start.
Okay, so then I will.
So let me invite. I have to invite. Don't worry, chairperson should invite. Okay. A very good morning to all of you. It's a pleasure to have everybody here on the second day of this very important conference. We had a very engaging first day of the conference yesterday, focusing on the larger dynamics of India, its immediate neighborhood, how it relates to each other. And one very interesting aspect, sir, was that students also participated in the discussions. And I do hope that this tradition will continue even today. We have a very illustrious panel with us, people who have been introduced to you, who are going to present their views on the thematic. We have started this session at 11 o'clock, so a little behind schedule. So as per the original schedule, each speaker had been given 40 minutes. But I suggest 25 to 30 minutes each speaker, followed by the questions and answers is what we would like to go ahead with, if that is okay with the speakers. So it's my pleasure to invite first Professor Sumit Mukherjee to make his presentation.
Respected Chairman, sir, invited guest speakers, teachers of the college, students, ladies and gentlemen. I begin my presentation with an assurance to the Honorable Chairman that I will strictly adhere to the time limit prescribed by him. Because, in a lighter vein, I may say that with many of us, there is one problem that we don't know when to stop and how to stop. And we can't just go on at infinitum. There's just one more point before I begin my lecture that I was told, because many of those who have assembled here have happened to be my students in Kalyani University. And Moushumi happens to be my first research scholar, PhD research scholar. It's a matter of great pride for me that she's one of the organizers of this seminar. Now, just before the beginning of this seminar, I was told, along with my friend Vishwanath, that most of the students who have assembled here are more conversant in Bengali than in English. But since this is an international seminar, I must speak predominantly in English. But with the permission of the chair, can I occasionally be bilingual so that what I say don't pass over the heads of those who have assembled here? But predominantly it will be in English. And now the count. Now you can start the. Now the topic of my presentation is democratic dialogue as the panacea for militancy in India-Pakistan relations. Now, in the nomenclature of peace and conflict studies, there is a concept called intractable conflict. Now, intractable conflict refers to those conflicts that wage over a very long period of time with varying degrees of intensity. And sometimes it appears that these conflicts will never be solved. But experience sometimes proves us wrong. The Cold War once appeared to be an intractable conflict, yet it was solved. The Berlin Wall also crumbled down. Or can we also characterize the Kashmir problem as an intractable problem? Or shall we see the solution of that? Perhaps not in my lifetime. Maybe in my next life it may happen. But at least for the time being, I'm not too optimistic. But if we talk of intractable problems, if we talk in terms of intractable conflict, another question will invariably come up, that is, can we transcend intractability? Can we go beyond intractability? That is the greatest challenge. And as an answer to this challenge, the most common suggestion, the most common recommendation that is made is that democratic dialogue or dialogue in general provides an universal panacea for all problems, and hence seemingly intractable conflicts can be solved through dialogue. Apparently or superficially, there is nothing wrong with this, because dialogue is apparently a very feasible solution to most of the problems that confront us. But herein lies a problem. Herein lies a danger. That is, we should not reduce dialogue to the level of an empty cliche, as if dialogue is like a magic wand that you wave the wand and all problems vanish into thin air. No, it is not so simple. The reason is that dialogue can never be an universal panacea. The paradox is that it's something very interesting. The most interesting thing about dialogue is that its universality lies in its relativity. Now, it sounds very contradictory, doesn't it? Universal at the one end and relative and the two meet. Now, the point that problems and conflicts never assume the same character in all places. They vary with circumstances. They vary with situational exigencies. And therefore, one type of a conflict in one particular situation requires a particular type of dialogue, while another type of conflict in another different situation requires another type of dialogue. So dialogue, the efficacy of dialogue is relative. For a particular kind of conflict, produce the desired consequences, while it produce a very pervasive effect in another type of conflict. It all depends on the nature of the conflict. And so dialogue by itself is not sufficient to provide an universal panacea for the problems that confront us. যে কথাটা আমি বলতে চাইছিলাম তা হচ্ছে এই যে এই আলোচনার মাধ্যমে সমস্যার সমাধান হয়ে যাবে, এই কথাটা কিন্তু আমরা যেন এটাকে একটা চর্বিত চর্বণে পর্যবসিত না করি। কেননা ডায়ালগ বা আলোচনার মধ্যে দিয়ে সমস্ত সমস্যার সমাধান যেন সে একটা ইন্দ্রজালের মধ্যে দিয়ে হয়ে যাবে, এটা কিন্তু মনে করার কোনো কারণ নেই। এই জন্যই মনে করার কোনো কারণ নেই যে সমস্যা বা কনফ্লিক্ট যাকে বলে, ইন্ট্রাক্টেবল কনফ্লিক্ট মানে হচ্ছে যার কোনো সমাধান, কিন্তু সেরকমও সবসময় না। তাহলে ঠান্ডা যুদ্ধের অবসান হতো না, বার্লিন প্রাচীরও ভেঙে পড়তো না। তো কাশ্মীর কি হবে আমি জানি না, তবে আপাতত দৃষ্টিতে মনে হচ্ছে ইন্ট্রাক্টেবল কনফ্লিক্ট। তা সেটা কি ডায়ালগের মধ্যে দিয়ে সমাধান করা যাবে, পার্টিকুলারলি আফটার দিস rampage of the militants on the 22nd of April last year in Pahalgam? এরপরও কি ডায়ালগ সম্ভব? আমি বলছি যেটা, যে সমস্যা বা কনফ্লিক্ট কখনো সব জায়গায় একরকম হয় না, এটা স্থানকাল পাত্র দিয়ে বিচার করতে হয়। যে জন্য এক এক জায়গায় এক এক রকমের সংঘাত, তার জন্য এক এক রকমের ডায়ালগের প্রয়োজন হয়। ফলে এককভাবে ডায়ালগের মধ্যে দিয়ে সমস্যার সমাধান হতে পারে না। Now I revert back to English again. Now, there are certain points to be taken into consideration. If we take a view at India-Pakistan relations, as it has advanced, as it has progressed, as it has evolved over the last few years, we find that the major irritant, among other irritants, the major irritant is that of terrorism or terrorist militancy. We have had experiences of Pulwama. We have had the latest experience of Pahalgam, where innocent tourists were exterminated. Now, this leads us to a seminal question. That is it possible, is it feasible, is it desirable to hold talks with these militant outfits? Mind you, let me tell you first of all, I have one very humble request to all of you. Please disabuse your mind of any misgiving that I am delivering a political lecture. No, what I am saying is from a purely academic angle. My point is, after the gruesome massacre of tourists in Pahalgam, and also considering the militancy and the alleged role of Pakistan in sponsoring, as a sponsor of militancy in India, particularly Jammu and Kashmir, is it really a feasible alternative to engage in dialogue with the perpetrators of these horrendous acts of atrocity by the terrorists. Now, here I have drawn the core element, the core argument of my book by Jonathan Paul. The name of his book is very interesting book. He's saying his point is that talking to terrorists, how to end armed conflicts. Now his point is that it's a very interesting point, and he has made a very candid confession that initially he also had a kind of an instinctive revulsion to the very idea of engaging in dialogue with terrorists. And he was talking in terms of the terrorists of Northern Ireland, the conflict of England with Northern Ireland. But gradually, his experience with certain organizations devoted to peace negotiation resulted in a very significant change in his mindset. And that initial revulsion ultimately vanished, and it gave way to a more flexible mindset. And he even went to the extent of saying that one should negotiate with the militants, even if they happen to be militants of Al Qaeda. And the reason is that somehow or the other, the realization dawned on him that dialogue may not always be successful, but it can have an effect on the militant group, or the rebellious group, and at least the intensity of the ferocity of their militancy can be reduced to a certain extent. Now, this leads us to yet another question. What kind of peace can be achieved through dialogue? Now, Johann Galtung, one of the pioneers, I would say, in the literature of peace and conflict studies, who distinguish between positive peace and negative peace. Positive peace, in his opinion, is an optimistic, emancipatory concept, while negative peace is something negative, fragile, and by no means long-standing. That means negative peace is no lasting guarantee for peace. Positive peace is. So, and here there is a point that should dialogue aim at positive peace or negative peace? For example, say ceasefire. Ceasefire is not positive peace. It is an ideal example of what Galtung calls negative peace, because at any time there can be another eruption of hostilities. Now, obviously, nobody will say that dialogue should start with the aim of negative peace. Dialogue should start with the aim of positive peace. But is it sufficient by itself? Certainly not. But is that a justification for discarding dialogue? Mr. John Kennedy, the late President of the United States, once said that let us not negotiate out of fear, but let us not fear to negotiate. That is, at least we should keep the doors open for accommodation and conciliation. Now the point is, here again also there are certain problems. Take for example, India-Pakistan relations as they stand now at this very moment. Can we talk in terms of dialogue with the terrorists? Or shall we say, obviously, human nature being what it is not very easy to emancipate your mind from the revulsion against those who kill people wantonly. বিষয়টা হলো কি যে ডায়ালগ করার সময় হয় যেটা হয় কি জোনাথন পাওয়েল যেটা বলেছিলেন যে প্রথম দিকে তার একটা এই ডায়ালগের মধ্যে দিয়ে টেররিস্টদের সঙ্গে মানে নর্দার্ন আয়ারল্যান্ডের যারা বিদ্রোহী ছিল উগ্রপন্থী বিদ্রোহী তাদের সঙ্গে আলোচনায় বসার ব্যাপারেই তার একটা বিতৃষ্ণা বিতস্পৃহা এসেছিল, কিন্তু পরে সেটাকে তিনি অনেকটা মানে তার থেকে তিনি বেরিয়ে আসতে পেরেছিলেন। কথা হচ্ছে কি যে ভারতকে যদি আজকে পাকিস্তানের এই যে যারা উগ্রপন্থীরা এই যে কিছুদিন আগে এতগুলো মানে নিরপরাধ মানুষের প্রাণ নিল পহেলগাঁওয়ে দিল, এই একটা মিলিটেন্ট আউটফিট সেটা হিজবুল্লাহ হোক আর লস্কর, এটা এটা তো দায়িত্ব প্রথমে নিয়েছিল তো টিআরএফ, তারপরে তারা বলেছিল তারা করেনি, যাই হোক কেউ না কেউ তো করেছে। তাদের সঙ্গে কি আলোচনায় বসাটা সম্ভব? আর যদি বসেও সেটা কি ফলপ্রসূ হবে? এখন প্রথমে একটা কিন্তু বিতৃষ্ণা বা একটা জায়গায় একটা বিরোধিতার ভাব কিন্তু আসবে, কারণ যারা মানুষ মারছে তাদের প্রতি খুব সদয় হওয়ার ইচ্ছে থাকলেও সেটা কিন্তু সবসময় হওয়া সম্ভব হয় না, কারণ আমরা তো অতিমানব নই, সুতরাং অত দয়া অত ক্ষমাশীলতা মানুষের মধ্যে সবসময় আসে না। Here I refer to something very interesting. Now, two experts in military psychiatry, Goel and Saltlake, they produced a very interesting survey, a very interesting study, where they identified three particular kind of people at three particular levels. One is medulla, the other is cortex, and the other is epicortex. Now, those who belong to the first category, that is medulla, are absolutely remorseless. They have no reality function, and they are absolutely indifferent to what kind of reaction their acts produce in society. The cortex is not exactly a replica of medulla. They consist of, a group of what we call romantic idealists. Their reality function is not totally, it is impaired, but not totally non-existent, because they are conscious of the reactions which their actions have in the outside world. And finally, there is the epicortex. Epicortex consists of a few people who, join these militant groups out of an urge to find a meaning in their otherwise meaningless lives. But they don't have any real ideology. Now, medulla includes the hardcore militants who are totally ideologically indoctrinated or radicalized, by whom you all know. I did not go into that. Now, it is very difficult to bring them to the table of negotiation. They won't come. Simply, they won't come. The second category, well, they may respond. Why? Because they are not so intransigent. They are not so hardcore. And the third category is perhaps the most easy to convert it. Not only to persuade, but also to convert. Why? Because they are not really hardcore. They are not radicalized to that extent as the hardcores who are really the hard nuts to crack. There is another category which I am adding recently that has also found its place in the literature of peace and conflict studies, that is hybrid militants. Now, hybrid militants are a group of local people, local people who are, they remain anonymous. They are invisible. Nobody suspects them, but they are surreptitiously radicalized and also utilized by the militant group for perpetrating these acts of terrorism. And they have an advantage that is very difficult to nab or track. So this group, whether this group is susceptible to conversion by dialogue, depends on the degree of radicalization. Now, the question is it absolutely impossible to make a dent in the mind of the hardcores, that is those belonging to the medulla category. Now, I have a submission here to make. Now, if there is a narrative, there is always a counter narrative. Now, as you know, they are brainwashed, they are indoctrinated, and if you go through the accepted or intercepted videos and audios of these Kashmiri militants, you will know that they are least repentant about the acts they perpetrate. Will you believe? One of them went on record saying that if I knew that my mother had gone to a market to buy vegetables and my organization asked me to drop a bomb there and blast the entire market, I would do it. Why? Because I know that my mother would go to behest or heaven. Allah will shower his blessings on my mother. And this is the time. I'm running out of time. I will not go into details. But this is the mindset. Look at the degree of radicalization to which they are exposed. But the point is, and this is most of the hardcores reiterate the same attitude, the same psychology. Now, the point is it possible to engage in dialogue? Now, if you try to straight away engage in dialogue with them, they will just turn a deaf ear to your persuasion. But is it possible to just present a counter narrative before them, so that by way of a discussion, so that they may get a glimpse of the other side of the story? Some noted scholars have contested that Islam is a religion of which Hazrat Muhammad preached with sword in one hand and Quran with the other. They are saying that Hazrat Muhammad was the epitome of mercy, the epitome of forgiveness. They forgiveness even towards those who had persecuted him. So this counter narrative can also be projected. But my humble submission is that can cut the ice, not with these hardcores, but with the other three categories, it can produce some effect. So dialogue, as I said, what is universal about dialogue is its relativism. That is my point. I end with one more point. Yeah, I knew that. So before you pointed out, I already have signed it. Now, যেটা বলছিলাম যে এই যে তিনটে ক্যাটাগরিতে ভাগ করেছেন গোয়েল এবং সালদানা, তারা বলছেন যে তিনটে ভাগ আছে। মেডুলা হচ্ছে যারা একেবারে মানে কি বলবো গোঁড়া, একদম মানে কোনোভাবেই তাদের মত পরিবর্তন হবে না, একেবারে হার্ডকোর যারা, তাদের কোনো রিয়ালিটি ফাংশনই নেই। মানে তারা যে কাজগুলো করছে সেটা সমাজে কিভাবে সেটা গ্রহণযোগ্য হবে কি হবে না, এই বিষয়টাই তারা ধর্তব্যের মধ্যে ধরে না। কর্টেক্সটা অতটা ওইরকম মানে ওইরকম সাংঘাতিক রকমের ওইরকম কি বলবো গোঁড়া, ওইরকম মানে অপরিবর্তনীয় ওরকম কিন্তু মানে অনড় ওরকম কিন্তু নয়। তাদের অন্তত এক ধরনের তারা বলা যেতে পারে রোমান্টিক আদর্শবাদী, এবং তারা কিন্তু তাদেরকে খানিকটা হলেও তাদের রিয়ালিটি ফাংশনটা কিছুটা পরিমাণে হলেও থাকে। ফলে তাদেরকে যদি মানে তাদের ঠিকভাবে যদি ঠিক জায়গাটা নাড়া দেওয়া যায়, তাহলে হয়তো তাদের উপর একটা রেখাপাত করা যেতে পারে। আর এপিকটেক্স হচ্ছে একেবারে কিছু লোক যারা হয়তো কোনো কারণে ফ্রাস্ট্রেটেড ইউথ, যারা হতাশাগ্রস্ত কিছু মানুষ, তারা হয়তো তাদের জীবনটা অর্থহীন মনে হয়েছে, খানিকটা তাদের জীবনটাকে অর্থপূর্ণ করে তোলার জন্য মিলিটেন্টসের ফাঁদে পা দিয়েছে। আর এটা তো ঠিক কথা, অতিবাদীর সময় কিরকম ভাবে র্যাডিকালাইজেশন, অনলাইন র্যাডিকালাইজেশন হতো, কত যুবক দলে দলে তখন এই টেররিস্টদের ফাঁদে পা দিয়েছে, তা তো একটা বড় ইতিহাস আছে, তার মধ্যে আমি যাচ্ছি না। তার সঙ্গে আর একটা, এরা অবশ্যই বহু টেররিস্ট দেখা যাচ্ছে তারা কিন্তু চলে আসছে আবার মানে মূল স্রোতে ফেরার চেষ্টা করছে। আর হাইব্রিড মিলিটেন্টস কিছু আছে, তারা হচ্ছে কি, তারা সচরাচর তাদের পরিচয়টা কেউ জানে না, তারা স্থানীয় জনসমাজের সঙ্গে তারা মিশে থাকে, কিন্তু গোপনে গোপনে তাদের র্যাডিকালাইজ করে টেররিস্ট গ্রুপগুলো করে কি তাদের দিয়ে এই কাজগুলো করায়। কিন্তু তারা তারপরে আবার তারা নর্মালি স্কুলে যাচ্ছে, আনলাইক আদার যারা ড্রপ আউট করে টেররিস্ট ক্যাম্পে জয়েন করে, এরা সেটা জানতে, এদেরকে ট্র্যাক করা ভীষণ শক্ত, মাধ্যমে এদের কনভার্ট করা অসম্ভব নাও হতে পারে। প্রশ্নটা তারা র্যাডিকালাইজ বা ব্রেন ওয়াশড হয়েছে। আর আরেকটা যেটা আমি বলছিলাম যে এই মগজ ধোলাই যেটা হয়, কার দ্বারা হয় সেটা আমি নাই বা বললাম, সবাই সেটা জানে। এটা কাউন্টার ব্রেন ওয়াশ করার জন্য যদি একটা কাউন্টার ন্যারেটিভ তাদের সামনে পেশ করা যায়, যে আচ্ছা তোমরা যে বলছো কোথাও কি ইসলামে আছে যে বলছে যে নির্বিচারে হিন্দুদেরকে মারো? কোরআন, এ প্রশ্নটা বলে আমি শেষ করবো, কিন্তু কোরআনে এটা নেই। এবং আজকে এক শ্রেণীর ঐতিহাসিক বলছেন যে ইসলাম যে এক হাত দিয়ে কোরআন আর এক হাতে তলোয়ার, এই কথাটাকে তারা কন্টেস্ট করছে। তারা বলছেন যে হযরত মুহাম্মদ যথেষ্ট ক্ষমাশীলতা প্রদর্শন করেছেন যারা মক্কাতে তাকে নির্যাতন করেছিল তাদের প্রতিও, এবং শুধু তাই নয়, তিনি বলছেন যে আমার ধর্ম আমার, তোমার ধর্ম তোমার। কোথাও তিনি কিন্তু অন্য কোনো ধর্মের উপর নিপীড়নের কথা তিনি বলেননি, এবং কোরআনের প্যাসেজ গুলোই সেগুলো বলা হচ্ছে। তাহলে এই কাউন্টার ন্যারেটিভটা যদি তাদের সামনে উপস্থাপিত করা যায়, হয়তো এই পরের তিনটে ক্যাটাগরির মধ্যে কিছু প্রভাব পড়তেও পারে। প্রথম যে তার উপরে কিন্তু আমার ধারণা পড়বে না। Now I end with one point. This is a personal experience. Once when I was lecturing before my students of fourth semester, where I teach conflict resolution and peace studies, I said, I have a large chunk of the Muslims come from Mushidabad. So I said, from my meager knowledge, what I feel is that nowhere in the Quran is it said that innocent Hindus or for that matter, Hindus should be butchered at will. Now, it is for you Muslim students who are here to say whether I am correct or wrong. Almost all of them stood up and said, sir, you are correct. And one of them came and presented me with copies of which can be used in the process of dialogue. And this counter narrative, once again I say, this is not an universal panacea. It is possible, as you know, the Harvard School of Conflict Resolution refers to integrative dialogue, dialogue and negotiation in place of positional negotiation. And I think the language of dialogue matters a lot. If the language is hegemonic, if the language is, if those, in fact, there is a contradiction here. Very often we find that those who indulge in dialogue, the government, the negotiators themselves start from the premise that we won't achieve lasting peace. So it's a kind of dying before your death. So if you start from the very premise that the dialogue may not be successful, then obviously the efficacy of dialogue is bound to be torpedoed. So you should start with a positive mindset and then leave the rest. Time will take care of the rest. Well, I end by saying that being an optimist, I would say that while I am not over optimistic about the possibilities and the potential of dialogue as an instrument for conflict resolution, particularly in the context of militancy in the India-Pakistan conflict, I would say that some kind of result can be attained if the dialogue seeks to dignify the opponent. It should be, the language of dialogue should be dignifying and persuasive and not aggressive or intimidating. But the last word will be uttered by time. Time is the best healer, but perhaps not with all. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Professor Mukherjee, for your inputs. You have touched upon a theme which is the core of counter-terrorism, logical operations, and this is a field of which not many people have to. A lot of food for students to take it up. as a field of study. We will take all the questions together at the end. I now have the pleasure of introducing my very dear friend, Dr. Ali Shamim from the Maldives, National University, Maldives. This is the second time we are meeting. The last time we met was in Goa, where we had a very, very interesting conversation. Dr. Shamim is presently Assistant Professor at the Department of Social Sciences of Faculty of Arts, Maldives National University. He teaches political science and international relations courses, and he specializes in global change issues such as climate change, ocean governance, island diplomacy, security, and geopolitics. He holds a PhD in International Environment and Development Relations from International Global Change Institute of New Zealand and Masters in Political Science from Dalhousie University in Canada. Bachelor of Arts in a major politics and management from University of South Pacific. He has held a number of very, very important senior positions in the civil services of Maldives, including the services. I'm not reading the entire list. In 2015, Dr. Shamim was conferred with the Maldives National Award for Recognition for his social work and community education. Dr. Shamim was also a research fellow at the Royal Institution of Singapore from 2016 to 2017, served as member of the Advisory Committee of Maldives Language Academy, founder and executive member of an regional academic organization called SANPA, South Asian Network for Public Administration. In July this year, Dr. Shamim's book titled Democratic Decentralization in South Asia, Looking Back and Ahead, under the SANPA series was published by Springer Publishers. He's also one of the two founders of a children's soccer academy called Friends Family Football Academy. So that's something which will bring you closer to the hearts of people in Bengal. A very, very motivating speaker, community educator, youth mentor, climate campaigner, practitioner of disciplines of both management and public administration. So a big round of applause for our friend Dr. Shamim.
Thank you, Professor Rahul, the chairman of this session. Indeed, it's a very privilege and honor for me to make a presentation here and praise the ways of the smallest country in Asia, the Maldives. I gave a little background yesterday, the inauguration. Yes, please. Can we have the corporate name? No, can use it from here. Yeah. So can you please show me? I will use PPT because in order to stick to time, my only fear already is that I might go overboard the time. So today I want to present a case study of the Maldives, which is often cited as the experimental laboratory in international academic research. Here, the title of my presentation today is called Maldives Experiences in Search of Democracy and Security. And India's role is the closest neighbor and net security provider. So, yeah, thank you. Yes, if we could have open presentation, yeah, it'll be easy for the audience to follow my presentation. Yeah, it's there. Because sometimes my accent could be slightly different. Right. I will begin in order to save time. Yes, yesterday at the inaugural session, I gave a little background saying that Maldives has been an independent state, a unique nation rather, over time immemorial, in other words, over 2,000 years, except for 15 years of domination by an expedition of Portuguese commissioned from the Portuguese colony in Goa. So it has been a popular transit destination or calling port for seafarers in the Indian Ocean, who took shelter from stormy weathers and restocked food and water on their voyages. The Maldive Islands were ruled by absolute monarchs until 1953, when the First Republic was established, and later the Second Republic was established in 1968. The Maldives comprises of 1,200 islands, of which 198 islands are inhabited and over 250 islands are commercially developed. Most of the commercial developed islands are tourist resorts. And Maldives occupies about 90,000 square kilometers in the Indian Ocean, which is about the size of the Bengal or twice the size of Sri Lanka. The Maldives comprises of only 1% land, 99% water. And therefore we call it 100% ocean state, which lies at the heart of the Indian Ocean. And administratively, this country is divided into 19 atolls. Atolls means a group of islands close by sharing same reef or geology. The capital of Maldives is spelled as Male. That is not like Male, but Male, pronounced as Male, the capital. By nature, the Maldives was protected from pirates and colonizers in the early days due to unknown navigational directions and high liability for shipwrecks. There were many unmapped islands, sandbanks, and shallow reefs, which provided protection from for the inhabited islands and uninhabited islands from unwanted guests. Fortunately, the Maldives was located at a major sea transportation route as a hub for cargo ships that transport goods and fuel from Middle East to India, China, and Southeast Asian nations. Today, 30% of the cargo transport ships that use Indian Ocean passes through the Maldivian territorial waters under the innocent passage provided by the Low Sea Convention. However, being an island developing state with a per capita income of US $13,000 in 2022, it has a population of 500,000, almost same size as Sikkim in India. The Maldives is definitely incapacitated to defend its territorial waters, large territorial waters, and from non-traditional maritime threats. So I will skip the objectives and methodology of my research in order to save time. And but I'm also looking at trying to explore. Now, my research also explored the role of India, the role India has as a neighbor and the first responder, as well as net security provider in facilitating democratic governance and maintenance of security in Fortunately, I used some pictures as well, so I could show you that. It could have been very impressive. But, well, democracy, again, I don't know whether I should define democracy and talk a little bit of merits and demerits as an academic researcher before going into the case study of the Maldives. Maybe to serve time, I will just give the definition given by one-time president of the United Kingdom, who defined democracy as government of the people, by the people, and for the people. And but most democracy as representation. And of course, there are a lot of merits, more merits than disadvantages. More, um, Of course, the beauty of the democracy is it's the only governing system that has been founded by intellectual researchers and leaders as one that really appeals to the people and empower people. The democratic governance allows people to change the government through
One last effort. Round of applause.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, the technical team. I could just show you map of the Maldives. Yes. Okay. Yeah, let's go. You see here is Indian tip of the Indian subcontinent, Sri Lanka, and over here is the Maldives. And we have 1,200 islands, but only about 998 inhabited, but there are 250 resorts, and today it's become a very famous tourist destination. Right. So I will explain to you the definition of the democracy and demerits. Now, the Maldives has experienced two waves of democratization. First wave began in the early 1930s when overseas educated youth began demanding political reform towards modernization. This led to the adoption of the Constitution on 22nd December 1932 and for democracy, upholding human rights. Let me also note here that this was the country to adopt a written constitution, which is known as codified. And Maldives also was the first country to constitute a parliament, elected parliament, way back in 19. The new constitution has introduced the separation of three powers, a chapter on human rights, and devolution of much of the powers, which was held initially by the monarch. And this position of the monarch was also made a constitutional position elected by the parliament, just like in the president elected here by the um, Parliament of India. The British did not implant a constitutional system like in its colonies, but helped with the provision of information and supplying of a copy of American Constitution. Therefore, Maldives architected a homegrown system of governance in gradual phases, having faced political challenges at different times. So Maldives did not inherit a kind of political structure like most British colonies. We have our own homegrown system until today. The first constitution had a short life, unfortunately, and it was in 6 months there was an uprising, and this uprising was spearheaded by the supporters of the king, which brought a coup, and the reformists were exiled, and the constitution was suspended. However, with the pressure of the prime minister, who was a reformist as well, and some elites of the country, a revised constitution was again adopted and stability was restored. I'm talking about 1932. And it was, I think, in the whole Asia, Thailand and Maldives had first constitution in whole Asia. In the case of South Asia, it was Maldives. So So on January 1st, 1953, Maldives became a republic after a public referendum voted for it, but again, it lived 6 months when another uprising changed the president, who was badly tortured. And due to the injuries, he died, in fact, within a few months, and the country again returned to a kingdom. You see the kind of experience the Maldives has gone through. The first constitution led to an uprising within 6 months, and change to a republic again. It led to an uprising within 6 months again. So 15 years later again, after the first republic was established in 1953, it was aborted, but almost 15 years later, on 11th November 1968, the parliament voted to restore a republic again. And we are remaining with this second republic until today. So it was guided by the visionary leader of the minister, late Ibrahim Nasir, who was in presidency, leaving premiership. So the British agreed to when the British agreed to give full sovereignty to the Maldives, because by then, under an agreement with our King Imaduddin and Queen Victoria, there was the understanding that British will look after the Maldives for defense and foreign affairs. But our internal rule or self-governance was granted to Maldives, and the British didn't intervene. So in 21st of September 1965, Maldives joined the United Nations. There was this famous debates about microstates allowing into United Nations when Maldives applied. And so, but Maldives won the debate finally because as a sovereign state that no part of the world claimed Maldives, therefore United Nations felt according to the charter, Maldives is eligible to become a member when it was a microstate. By then, Maldives had 90,000 people, and our GDP per capita income was only 150 US dollars. So that is where we reached the international community and became a member once we got membership at the United Nations. Today, there are almost 20 more United Nations members or countries which are smaller than the Maldives population. So the Maldives had an authoritarian rule, of course, partyless government for many years, but most of the encyclopedia, political encyclopedia cite Maldives as a semi-democracy before we reached for democracy in 2008. So now, how it began, there was a second wave of democratization. The first wave I explained to you, that was in 1932, but later in 2003, the second democratization wave began when there was some prison riots and death of in 2003. And so that has sparked some uh, demonstrations, white, in fact, it ran into white demonstration in the country, 2003. By then, there was the President Maulana Abdul who has been in power for almost 25 years. So while anti-government demonstration began by then, and some reformists formed a political party in exile in Colombo to pressure government to democratize governance and bring both economic and political liberalization. So our closest neighbor and the largest democracy, India, which had a resident diplomatic mission in Maldives, have been cautiously following unfolding political developments in the second wave and supported stability and did not intervene in democratization process that were gaining momentum since 2003. So more or less, India was a bystander, but we were following closely our democratization process. Of course, oftentimes we say we got a lot of inspiration by watching Bollywood movies where there were what we call strikes and demonstration in India. So, and then of course we read from the books about the Indian democracy. So the Maldivian Democratic Party, the first party which was registered in the Maldives, began initially in exile, and they were lobbying international organizations and like-minded countries to help pressurize the government of Maldives towards greater democratization and introducing multi-party democracy in the Maldives. The United Nations, the European Union, and the Commonwealth extended technical help to the government to expedite the democratization process. So, when analyze the reasons for second active democratization wave in Maldives could be attributed to the rapid economic development led by the booming tourism industry, accompanied by widespread education, growth of youthful population, and trendy social media, which necessitated parallel political realization began the Maldives in June 2004, when the government unveiled what was called a reform agenda. At the top of the agenda was the call by the President Maulana to revise the constitution to accommodate plural democracy with multi-party politics. So a new constitution, a constituent assembly, People Majlis, was elected and began the mandate of constitutional revision in July 2004. I think I will quickly go to the second theme of my presentation, which is security, which may be more interesting to the audience perhaps, and skip from here the the part on democracy. The, um, yeah, so the experience of Maldives in search of security. So historically, Maldives had a security alliance looked after our foreign affairs and defense. So during the First World War, Maldives was with Britain, and the British established a military base in one of the southernmost island called Gan Island. And so we were with the British, and a lot of Maldivian vessels were attacked by German U-boats and submarines of Japanese in the Indian Ocean, and we lost a number of lives as well. But we stick with the British during the Second World War. This is our king who and an agreement with Victoria, what was supposed to become protected of British Army. Now, this is a picture of their base in the island of Gan. Um, so let me, okay. So the Maldives was first alerted to the fateful consequences of climate change as non-traditional security threat. Then in 1987 was underwater, and 3 days old flights were suspended. Today we have 5 international airports, but by then there was only one international. The Maldives having realized the scientists' theories of global warming and predictions impacts of climate change. By then the President Mamoon was in power. He hurriedly took the concern of the tidal waves and the prediction of scientists to the United Nations by addressing the General Assembly in 1987, where there was what was called high-level dialogue held at the United Nations General Assembly to launch the UN expert group study titled Our Common Future. This is the book person who brought the issue of climate change to the international community, because he was the first political leader who addressed the issue at the United Nations. Before that, all scientists were doing research and publishing concerns about climate change. No country took any what do you call interest, or it didn't come to the attention of leaders. So even there was a quote from the Margaret Thatcher, one-time Prime Minister of UK, who said even she heard first time about climate change from the speech of the President Mamoon of Maldives. And this speech is a very famous speech called Death of a Nation. So the Maldives has been a staunch, what we call, campaigner against the climate change. And of course, India was the very first country extended cooperation and help to the Maldives in our search for what we call environmental security. I will be quick then. So the Maldives also in 87 this happened. So 1988, there was Maldives host, which was called Small States Sea Level Rise, and Maldives invited ministers from mostly uh, small island states, which have been endangered due to the twin danger of twin what do you call threat, um, result of the global warming, which is climate change and sea level rise. So after the first sea level rise conference, I adopted what was called Mali Declaration, and this declaration has called for an international regime or convention to regulate the emission of greenhouse gases to the atmosphere. So these came in 1992. The Earth Summit or the Brazil Summit adopted the convention called Framework Convention on Climate Change. And also Maldives formed a lobby group, which is today established in the United Nations, called AOCIS, Alliance of Small Island States. And the group of AOCIS today hold one-fourth of voting power in the United Nations. So it is a strong lobby group. They have some power in the United Nations, although most of the states are small states. Members of the Alliance of Small States. So yeah, in the 5 minutes, thank you, Chair. I appreciate your generosity. Now, quickly looking at India offers scientific information and collaboration with Maldives in carrying research on the change, and this issue was incorporated into the agenda of the SARC. Began research. The Maldives did not pay attention to defense and security in the post-independence period, as the government was preoccupied in seeking development in socio-economic front, raising educational standards. The Maldives was offered by Russia and Singapore and later US to hire the former British base to any party, saying that Maldives is strictly following neutrality. We became a member of the non-aligned movement, which was initiated by Prime Minister Jawaharlal Nehru, along with uh, uh, the President of Suharto and Yugoslavia, President Tito, and President of Egypt, Jawad um, Nasser, President Nasser. So since 1972, we were strictly following neutrality, but Maldives were often cornered by the great powers, which were at that time leading what was known as East-West divide or the Cold War. So the Maldives were not wanted to lease the island and lose our friends. Instead of um, did not also the Maldives did not also look for bilateral partnership in security, but we were neutral. So, but then again in just after 1 year that we experienced the tidal waves and the issue of climate change, the 1988, the Maldives was again awakened by um, a sudden terrorist attack on the capital on 3rd November 1988, which was the Sri Lankan Tamil mercenaries who were spearheaded by two businessmen of Maldives. The intention was to bring a coup and change the government of Maldives, and we would not know the fate of Maldives if these Tamil mercenaries had overpowered our security force in the capital. So the government immediately asked help from Indian government, which sent a rapid deployment air force and navy force, which chased the mercenaries and captured them while fleeing in a hijacked cargo ship seized from the seaport of Malé. So this is something that Maldives people in the government always remember and is ever grateful to India, because by then when our President Mahmoud telephoned and called Prime Minister Rajiv Gandhi that time and requested urgent help, that foreign mercenaries had attacked the Maldives, and they were very well trained. They had rocket-propelled grenade, and therefore it was a massive attack which Maldives was not prepared to defend, because it has always been a peaceful country, had no enmity or border disputes with any country. So we didn't bother about strengthening our security. But today, of course, we are, after the event, we've been building and developing capacity of defense. So a collaboration of defense exercise and training began of the coup attempt. In the clashes fire in the capital, a total of 19 Maldivians, including security guards who defended security headquarters, were killed. And let me show you some, yeah, this is to our security headquarters, like that. Um, and these were the mercenaries captured with the red turban or cap are the Indian soldiers, and the black ones are the Maldivians, special forces, yeah. So Maldives is again threatened by stormy weathers, tidal swells, saline water intrusion in the groundwater, destruction of mangroves, erosion of beaches, and damage to the reefs, which are daily occurrences in the Maldives, what we call change of climate. The so the Maldives being 100% maritime state with open ocean borders, it is subject to vulnerability and maritime security threats. So the country lacks adequate military defense capability to safeguard our exclusive economic zone, which is 200 miles from the our shores, which was provision given by law of the Sea Convention of the UN to the littoral or coastal states and the island states. So the main three industries of Maldives: fishing, tourism, and shipping, are dependent on maritime safety, and so ocean security is very important. These are our tourist resorts and our shipping line. And here a picture of Maldivian fish. The Maldives fish has a very high demand in Europe because they are caught in line, pollen line, very environment friendly, where we call dolphin friendly, and we don't catch any small fishes or endangered ones, but we only the ones we catch. And this is how they do it. They don't use any what they call netting. Netting is banned in the Maldives. I think I have to stop now, perhaps. And okay, so India definitely helped our defense, and then these are the three. One is a Dornier plane, and another helicopter, and a frigate donated by India to a Maldives Defense Force. Today, of course, we also get, we have already received another larger frigate, which can carry missiles from Turkey. And Japan also has recently gifted a patrol boat. And both USA and Australia have also promised to give some patrol boats to the Maldives defense. So you can see Maldives is seen as a real experimental laboratory of the geopolitics that's taking place in Indian Ocean, especially between the two emerging powers, China and India. Of course, US is also very much in Indian Ocean because they are located about 600 miles away in Chagos Island. There's a military base of USA located in Diego Garcia. Chagos atolls were formerly part of Maldives, which was taken by French first, later British took over, and we still claim that it is a part of Maldives. And if you're decolonizing, it shouldn't go to the Mauritius, it should come back to the Maldives because it's even situated in the Maldivian, what they call rich. This is a short, to make things very short, but we have Maldives was offered what was called SOFA agreement by USA, but Maldives did not sign any security agreement with USA or any other country. So we have a bilateral understanding under that India is helping us, but there is a moment formed in Colombo, what is known as Colombo Security Conclave, which is also initiated by India. And but we feel that the best approach to provide or sustain security in Indian Ocean, South Asian waters, it would be best to have a multilateral approach or framework rather than bilateral. So we hope this security conclave, Colombo Security Conclave, develop to a multilateral mechanism with the endorsement of the United Nations so that it becomes a win-win game, everyone benefits, rather than antagonizing any other. And of course, China is very much interested, and China, both India is competing, even giving assistance to the Maldives. And interestingly, there are two big bridges, which is iconic in discussing the geopolitical realities of Indian Ocean, where China first built a 2 kilometer bridge connecting capital and the international airport island. And there was another residential, reclaimed residential island known as New Male, uh, which had been connected through a Chinese assisted bridge. So, in response to that, India has offered to 2 times longer bridge than Chinese bridge, and which has been under construction again, connecting Capital Island to many 5 other islands. So this bridge is it's been 7 years now under construction, but when it finished, it will be the best what you call an icon of India Maldives friendship. So I will stop here. And I think I've gone over the time. So thank you very much. I look forward to your questions now.
Thank you very much, Mr. Shamin. Sorry for the interruption that happened because of light, because of the LCD, and we are still in dark. So can I request the organizers to please switch on the light? Yeah. Yeah. We did because the cable. So I have the pleasure now of introducing our third speaker, Dr. Vishwanath Chakraborty, who is a professor in the Department of Political Science at Rabindra Bharati University. He's also director in rural reconstruction. Dr. Chakraborty worked as a faculty member in the Department of Political Science, Ramakrishna Mission, Vidya Mandir at Belur Math. He's widely known in political circles of West Bengal, highly accomplished in terms of his academic achievements, a number of research projects he has been involved with Government of Netherlands, Government of West Bengal, ICSSR, UGC. He also edited the quarterly journal Taraya Chithi, that is how it is pronounced, published from Jalpaiguri, which deals with agriculture and rural development. He's engaged with a number of research projects on governments and politics, international politics, and state politics. He's been very active in discussions around electronic media on contemporary political issues, authored 26 books pertaining to government and politics, IR, voting behavior, and urban development. Welcome, sir. We look forward to your presentation.
Thank you. Thank you, all of you. So I would like to thank the chair, Dr. Rahul Tripathi, then my co-panelist, Professor Shumit Mukherjee, is my elder brother, Dr. Ali Shambin from Maldives. Further, I would like to extend my special thanks to Dr. Moushomi De, Head of the Department Political Science, Ranaghat College, Dr. Krishna Gopal Mahato, Bimol Shaha, all the faculty members of Political Science Department and other faculty members of the college, the principal in charge, the non-teaching staff, and my students and other dignitaries.
Yesterday, you heard lot about the Vikshit Bharat, and I'm fortunate enough that I got the video sent by Dr. Mushami Dey. I have gone through this lecture, all the lectures. Yesterday. Yeah, I got. And I gone through all the lectures. So keeping in view the conference title, the constructive role of Vikshit Bharat vis-a-vis other South Asian states. So I have framed my topic, trajectory of democracy in South Asian continuity and change. Uh, Yesterday, lot of discussion took place on the vision of Vikshit Bharat, and there was some, according to me, there are some idealistic position by many speakers. I must say that there are definitely realistic thinking also, but most of the speakers spoke on the idealistic vision of Vikshit Bharat 2047. So I would like to examine the how far these idealistic view are achievable, keeping in view the South Asian present condition. You're driving on road solely does not depend on your own skill. Your driving, smooth driving definitely depends on others, other driver roles, others car role. South Asia as a region it is a part of the universe, is a part of the whole. So it's very important that unless we understand existing regime, international regime are emerging nowadays. First of all, after Cold War, the first time under Trump regime, we are looking that USA, a kind of in terms of any agreement, the USA day by day becoming the final authority to set agenda and resolution. The second important characteristics of world order today, international universal actors are defunct, completely defunct. International universal actor means UNO are completely defunctional, defunct, non effective in manner. So we are in a regime where nobody can play the role of umpire. Nobody can play the role as umpire. That is very important to understand the world regime. The third important thing is that the globalization that was brought after Second World War by USA, Western power, all advocated for globalization. They were very much interested. They were very much interested for GATT agreement, for WTO to establish WTO regime. They advocated for free trade. They were against any type of tariff, any type of blockage of trade. But unfortunately, those players who were more interested for globalization, they are now the preventer of the globalization. The USA, the main preventer of globalization, the European Union, one after another state, they are making block, one after another block for free flow of trade, tariff, free flow of trade or labor capital. USA virtually now
the opponent of the globalization today. On the other hand, in contrary, the China, who initially opposed the globalization, now more in favor for globalization. Even India was hesitant. The country like India and other country, third world country, they were hesitant to go under WTO regime. Now we are keeping the rules regulation of WTO regime, and often the US and Western power are breaching these rules and regulations. So this kind of global trade and order bringing today. The third is that it may be China, it may be now after Operation Shidur, the role of USA is really starting for us. The way USA is playing the role in Bangladesh, in Pakistan. So if we isolatedly discuss South Asian nations, it will be an incomplete discussion. And finally, I say that democracy has also been challenged. The citadel of democracy, US is considered as the main place of Western country. We consider the model for democracy. But even in USA and European countries, the democratic spirit has been challenged by many ways. One of the important factor is rise of identity politics. Even in USA, the supremacy of is prevailing for electoral politics by Trump. The way the electoral for gaining the electoral politics, the Western political party in USA and other parts of Europe are using the identity-based politics, identity for their electoral gain is unthinkable in 70s and 80s. Democracy is really challenged by identity politics and other politics. So keeping in view these development in world politics, we have to assess realistic way how far the Vikshit Bharat 2047 can achieve. We may set the goal. Definitely, every nation has right to set some goal, but unless we consider the world system and world politics, it will be very difficult to achieve the goal. Then যেটা আমি বলবার চেষ্টা করলাম ছাত্র বন্ধুদের জন্য বলছি যে দেখো তুমি বিকশিত ভারতের লক্ষ্যমাত্রা ঠিক করতে পারো 2047 সালে আমরা কিভাবে এখানে একটা বিকশিত ভারত গড়ে তুলতে পারি। সেই কনটেক্সট দক্ষিণ এশিয়ায় দেশগুলোর সাথে আমাদের সম্পর্ক মানবাধিকার গণতন্ত্রের প্রশ্নে সিকিউরিটির প্রশ্নে কি হতে পারে তুমি ভাবতে, এই ভাবনাটা যদি তোমার আদর্শগত জায়গা থেকে হয় কেবল, তাহলে কিন্তু তোমার সেই পরিকল্পনা কার্যকারী হওয়ার সম্ভাবনা নেই। আজকের দিনে যে বিশ্ব রাজনীতি, সেই বিশ্ব রাজনীতিকে অনুধাবন না করে যদি তুমি দক্ষিণ এশিয়াকে বুঝতে চাও, অর্থাৎ বাংলাদেশ, নেপাল, ভুটান, মালদ্বীপ, আফগানিস্তান, পাকিস্তানকে যদি বুঝতে চাও, তাহলে তোমার ভাবনাটা অসম্পূর্ণ থাকবে। বিশ্ব রাজনীতিতে এমন কিছু পরিবর্তন এসছে সাম্প্রতিককালে যেগুলো বিকশিত ভারতের লক্ষ্যকে প্রভাবিত করতে পারে বলে আমি মনে করি। তার মধ্যে আমি কয়েকটি পয়েন্ট বলেছি যে আমেরিকা যেভাবে এককেন্দ্রিক বিশ্ব ব্যবস্থা প্রতিষ্ঠা করছে, বিশেষ করে ঠান্ডা যুদ্ধের পরে এককেন্দ্রিক, আবার বলছি ইউনিপোলার ওয়ার্ল্ড সিস্টেম তৈরি করছে আন্ডার ট্রাম্প রেজিম, সেটা কিন্তু আমাদেরকে নাড়িয়ে দিচ্ছে কোনো কোনো ক্ষেত্রে। বিশেষ করে তোমরা লক্ষ্য করছো ট্রাম্প যে ভাষায় কথা বলছে, আমাদের সাথে ইউএস এর ট্রেড কি হবে, ট্রেডের টার্মস কন্ডিশন কি হবে ডিকটেট করছে। বলছে যে ভাই তুমি আমার সাথে যদি ট্রেডে আসতে চাও তাহলে তোমাকে দুগ্ধজাত জিনিস কিনতে হবে আমাদের থেকে, তোমাকে এগ্রিকালচারাল প্রোডাক্ট কিনতে হবে। এবার আমাদের মতন দেশে যেখানে প্রায় 20-25 কোটি লোক কৃষির উপর নির্ভর করে এখনো আছে, সরাসরি দুধের উপর নির্ভর করে আছে, আমেরিকার বাজার যদি আমি খুলে দিই তাহলে আমার কৃষকটা মরে যাবে। অথচ আমেরিকা আমাদেরকে বাধ্য করছে প্রতিনিয়ত যে তোমাকে আমার টার্মস কন্ডিশনে ফ্রি ট্রেডে যেতে হবে। এটা পৃথিবীর সব দেশকে করছে সে, এমনকি চীনকেও করছে। আরেকটা হলো যে আমাদের একটা আশা থাকতো এতদিন যে আমাদের কাছে ইউএনও আছে, যার জন্য জওহরলাল নেহরু যখন আইডিয়ালিস্টিক বিদেশ মানে ফরেন পলিসি যখন একটা আদর্শবাদী বিদেশ নীতি তৈরি করেছিলেন, তখন তিনি ইউএন এর উপর গুরুত্ব দিয়েছিলেন এবং আমরা মনে করতাম যে ইউএনও ভিত্তিক একটা বিশ্ব ব্যবস্থা গড়ে উঠতেই পারে এবং সেখানে একটা আম্পায়ারের রোল ইউএনও প্লে করবে। আজকে ইউএনও কোথাও নেই, তার ভূমিকা নেই। এবং যে আন্তর্জাতিক রাজনীতি তুমি দেখতে পাচ্ছ সেখানে গ্লোবালাইজেশন ইটসেলফ ইজ চ্যালেঞ্জ বাই ইউএসএ। দ্বিতীয় বিশ্বযুদ্ধের পরে যে বিশ্বায়নের কথা বলেছে আমেরিকা, ইউরোপের দেশগুলো যারা মুক্ত বাণিজ্যের কথা বলেছে, যারা গ্যাট চুক্তির কথা বলেছে, যারা আলোচনার মধ্য দিয়ে ফ্রি ট্রেড, ক্যাপিটাল, টেকনোলজির জন্য ডাব্লিউটিও রেজিমের কথা বলেছে, তারাই আজকে গ্লোবালাইজেশনটাকে অপোজ করছে। তারাই নানা রকম ভাবে প্রতিবন্ধকতা তৈরি করছে যে এটা ভারতবর্ষের কাপড় যাবে না, এশিয়ার থেকে এই জিনিসগুলো যাবে না। সো দিস আর how it whether it is I covered please. Yes sir, good. So it is better to at least summing up this thing. Okay. So without going there, so আমি যেটা আমার দ্বিতীয় সাবমিশন যেটা ছিল যে দেখো সাউথ এশিয়া একটা রিজিয়ন, সাউথ এশিয়া অ্যাজ এ রিজিয়ন, it has lot of problem, but at the same time in India, South Asia is India centric civilization. As an India centric civilization, there may be some problem in Bangladesh, maybe some problem in Sri Lanka, maybe some problem in other parts, but none of the state can deny the importance and existence and integration with India. So even the presence of the extra regional power and their influence, none of the country in South Asia, maybe Maldives, maybe Afghanistan, maybe Pakistan, can deny the importance of India because it is very much part of the Indian civilization. They are all the part of Indian civilization, common culture, common legacy of history, as well as common problem, common geographical connectivity, maybe in the context of river, maybe in the context of other thing. But at the same time, the main problem lies in for India with South Asian nations. There are divergent character of political system, and it is very difficult for India to manage the system. Say for instance, India, the unity with diversity is the hallmark. That is called inclusive democracy is very much in India. But if you look at Pakistan, the exclusive democracy is there because Islamic democracy is there. So the problem is that it is not the inclusive democracy, it is exclusive democracy in Pakistan. In Bangladesh, it started inclusive democracy, but now transformed into the exclusive democracy. It is again the Islamic-based democracy, Islamic democracy. Then Sri Lanka, it inclusive from to inclusive to exclusive, then again inclusive democracy prevailing in Sri Lanka. In Bhutan, it's basically a top-down approach democracy, and demand side is very weak. When people's participation in democracy is very weak. It is the king who actually imposed the democracy in Bhutan. And Nepal, the bottom-up approach is there. It is very much secular, federal, and democratic process are there. The people's rights and people's demands is very much observable in Nepal at this moment. If you look the Afghanistan, then religion authoritarian regime throughout after Second World War, almost. And then Maldives from authoritarian regime to democratic process is going on. So this is very good. But important thing is that with the change of the rule of the ruler in each country, they are taking the different foreign policy. Say, for instance, if the Sheikh Hasina take one type of foreign policy for Bangladesh with India, then immediately after BNP, they are taking another completely different type of the foreign policy with India. So, first of all, the different regime is really problematic for India to negotiate with our neighboring country. And second thing is that with the change of the ruler, the entire foreign policy of the country also changed. And that is very challenging for India also to cope with the new ruler. And finally, I would like to say there are 4 or 5 types of major problem again in this region that is very important if we look the Vikshit Bharat 2047. First of all, the democratic situation overall in this region, the highest rank is India, that is 32. Again, Indian ranking 32 does not mean India is a full democracy, is a flawed democracy, and other country is far behind. Second is dynastic rule in this region is another problematic because of lack of social mobility. And decline of institution is another threat for Vikshit Bharat. Then rise of identity politics, I have already said. Then political violence is another important feature in all the countries, in 8 countries. The political violence has got the structural form. That is another problem for India to deal with the concept of Vikshit Bharat in future. Then finally, I would like to conclude that there are some important problems still lie in this inter-region. One is European rationalism versus post-colonial decision. There are a lot of decisions taken place in post-colonial regime, after post-colonial regime in this region for the welfare of the people, for development. But there are also some structural European rationalism. So the conflict between European rationality versus post-colonial discourse is a real problematic. The second problem is material aspect of colonial construct, construct versus cultural construction. This is another important problem. Third, the elite more on inward looking. Elite in this region is more inward looking on the question of morality. But if we look the political question, then our elite is more out looking in nature. And finally, togethering is getting less and less important than othering in this region. With this, I would like to say the Vikshit Bharat vision is very important for us for ensuring the Vikshit India. But unless we have a at least deliverable world order, unless we have a tangible and stable South Asian region, our vision may get some setback. So about the international order, be realistic about neighboring countries' situation, and then put your strategy to ensure the vision 2047. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Chakravarti. You realize that the role of the chairperson is very tough. He has to manage the time and also ensure that the next session starts off on the right note. So we had 3 excellent presentations. The first presentation focused on the context of terrorism, the psychological dimension, the preemptive dimension. Then there was a presentation by Maldives, which is perhaps the only small country perspective that came in terms of also expectations from India. And last but not the least, I'm very happy, sir, that you mentioned the term inclusivity. if Vikshit Bharat model has to be there, not only are there important external ramifications, but internally also a lot needs to be done. So, so three very interesting presentations. Now the floor is open for questions, comments. We have 10 minutes before us. Please be very brief in terms of the questions that you put up, including the students. And there are still 3-4 names of students who did not ask questions yesterday. So I can always name those students, but at the latest. So any of our faculty members would like to ask questions? Yes. The mic can.
Hello, sir. Myself Shudaita from Ranaghat University. I have two questions. One for Shumit sir and another is Vikshit sir. And it's a wonderful discussion. We have experience with those though we are faculty members still, but it's a very wonderful discussion. We are enjoying everything since yesterday. Okay, sir. Shumit sir, আমি just আপনার একটা relate করতে চাই that you have mentioned that in Quran there is no such thing that anti-Hindus or like that was told to me by my student. Exactly, sir. Exactly. I just no. Exactly. I understand. Sir, I just want to mention here one thing that they never say it like this. They actually portray the thing that kafir. And this, when this is compared, they included even Christians and other religiosity. Even those they are enjoying this term according to their wish. Sometimes they are using it when they are a majority of Sunnis, they are using it against the Shias. When there is a majority of Shias, they are using this word against the Sunnis. So, and another thing, sir, I just want to ask your opinion about the thing that you have mentioned that dialogue is the ultimate thing, wherever other aspects we have to apply for minimizing or controlling this difficult situation what we are experiencing today. So my question is that logistic support, because if you are not getting logistic support from the locals, then these people never be able to come and do these heinous crimes what they are doing here. That's the thing. So to controlling this logistic support, is it possible to make some change in policy? Suppose that it's my opinion. I just want to ask because your specialization is you are specialized in these things. And is it possible to include that value education from Quran or any religious book, so that from primary level from education they will understand what is good, because all this happening because of the misinterpretation. Because if you when we are talking about that women participation and women role, we have seen that Islams are very modern in this field, but because of the misinterpretation that now we are have to working for women, majority of working are coming from that what is happening Islam's women, right, sir? So it's what do you think? Okay, sir. And can we put yeah. Sir, you have said, okay, sorry, sir. Sir, you have asked about that UN is dysfunction. Sir, do you feel that this because the European countries, is it the reason, or the permanent members are the most European that why UN are defunct today? Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir. Very enlightening and thought-provoking lectures. I'm Dr. Millen. I want to ask the question to Professor Sumit with the same continuation that when you talk about the dialogue, okay, and radicalness of this youth or the religious people. The same actually when the Pakistan was formed, Muhammad Jilla had the same vision about the Pakistani state, though it called Islamic state but not the Muslim state. And the same, the reason was or the logic was given at the time of Bangladesh. But the degradation is there and trajectory is there in Islamic state, the minorities, okay, irrespective of the religion or the language or ethnic, they have been like the lynch or the curse and their rights have been actually taken away. the same happening in Bangladesh also to the recent crisis on the Hindu, also that the Dalit was there actually. Those earlier the Hindus and at that time they were the Dalit. So how can we resolve this the internal conflict in these neighboring states, which will be an implication or the same reflection of their domestic policies in the international, particularly the context of India. So that is my question to you. And my next question is to Professor Vishwanath. So very good actually that you have talked about the external means entities in this. But how we establish this actually the state of USA and China in recent crisis in Nepal, Bangladesh, or even Pakistan? And we are denying it that actually you have talked about the idealistic vision, and we are somehow excluding this is the empirical vision or the realistic vision. So first, how can we prove, or how do we have that policies or the proofs to have that kind of claim? And with this continuation that as we consider the USA as a citadel of the democracy, but at the same time the democracy is actually in neighboring state is somehow being toppled like the external entities like even the USA. So do we have that any evidence, or how can we come to this kind of conclusion where USA is also had in this kind of undemocratic toppling of the governments? So thank you, sir.
I'll be very brief. I'm Shubhendu. I work here in this college. My question is for Professor Vishwanath Chakraborty. Towards the end of your presentation, you had mentioned that there is an ongoing tension or a kind of a discord between European rationalism and post-colonial discourse. So I understand that you did not have much time to elaborate on the point. So I would very much like you to elaborate on it. Thank you.
Okay, one last question.
Sir, my question is for Sumit sir. Sir, you are absolutely wonderful. I enjoyed it a lot. Sir, my one question is that you talked about integrative dialogue in resolving the misinterpretation of the religious text which is being used by the militants. But, sir, my question is, what about the economic vested interest that is there, which plays a very important role in militancy, in orchestrating the militants' action? So what about that? When only ideological indoctrination is concerned, that can be resolved by integrative dialogue, in a dignified way. But what about the economic vested interest, which is there? If you could elaborate on this. Sohini Roy from Jadavpur.
Oh, yes. Yes, answer it 2 or 3. Okay.
Thank you for the 3 very instructive and incisive questions. To answer Shudoita first, I would refer here to a book by Hazrat Mirza Tahir Ahmed, Murder in the Name of Allah. I purchased it when I went to Bangladesh. I don't know whether I'll have another opportunity to go to Bangladesh in my lifetime after what has happened. Now, from there, I gathered this counter narrative. আমি এটা পরে আপনাকে দিয়ে দিতে পারি, পুরো রেফারেন্সটা দিয়ে দিতে পারি. Okay, don't worry. But there he has provided this counter narrative about Islam, that Islam does not sanction wanton murder of Hindus or for that matter any other race. I am not an expert on this subject. Don't take my words very seriously. From what I know from my meager knowledge is that when the Quran referred to the word infidel, that did not specifically refer to the Hindus. It referred to those who deviated from the path of religion. Perhaps it was something like this, that from that Ararat hill, a tribal population used to come down to fetch water from that lake in Mecca, and it was against them that Hazrat Muhammad built up his resistance. I may be wrong, but this is why actually I have to work more on this. But there is no, as such, there is no proof in the Quran that it was against the Hindus. Now, to answer your the second question, as to how values can be inculcated, just before the outbreak of this COVID-19, I had an opportunity to speak in the Institute of Historical Studies, Calcutta. Still, I remember the date, 16th of November. That must be 2019, because COVID broke out in 2020. I refer to what I have just told you. Okay, that here there is a counter narrative, and you can present this before even the hard courts. After all, what the outcome will be is not in your hands. But you can make a modest attempt. That's all. Believe it or not, two gentlemen literally, confronted me, saying that Quran says that Muslims can be, Hindus can be butchered by Muslims. You are spoke. I was just quoting from another book. Why are you putting things into my mouth? If you have any objection, go and talk to the author of the book, not me. So actually, even if you talk of value calculation, I think we should also give ourselves a kind of a rethinking as to what kind of values we are personally, nurturing, and our entrenched prejudices should also be, I think, eliminated. I think this is, and secondly, of course, value inculcation. When you mentioned it, when I said that counter narratives can be presented, I meant that a counter value system can be posited against the one that has already been built. Have I answered you? Okay. Now, sir, Mr. Millen, I think regarding, part of your question has been answered, but what I told about Bangladesh, just a few days back, I went to an university where a young research scholar, he's a faculty, he wants to write an article on, you must be knowing that recently there's a big hue and cry over the exclusion of that Mustafizur Rahman from the IPL cricket team. Okay, now I personally don't like IPL, so I'm not very, I like Test cricket and ODI, but I'm not interested in IPL. Sorry, I may be a backdated fossil of a museum, but somehow IPL doesn't appeal to me. When people, sportsmen are being auctioned like, animals and other things. Sorry, I may be an old backdated man, but it doesn't appeal to me. But now I told him, look, this is a very sensitive issue that we're talking about. In my personal opinion, so far, relations with Bangladesh, it's taken into consideration. I referred to him nearly what? In 1988, there was a Telegraph centenary debate in which the topic was whether we can do away with our politicians. Now, one speaker was the great Indian cricketer Sunil Gavaskar. Gavaskar said that politics in sport is bad, but sports in politics is good. Okay. So, in my opinion, cricket, or for that matter, any other game, should not be polluted by political influence. But after all, I am too small a fry to be cooked. So you are asking me as to how we can rectify these, such bitterness in our relations. I think part of it I have told Shudoita that we should indulge in a little bit of self-reflection, self-introspection. Now, you, madam, you asked me, when I refer to integrative negotiation, I refer to it in a general sense. I don't think when the Harvard School proponents articulated this idea, I don't think they had this kind of religious extremism in their mind. Now, whether that can be interpolated, you see, I would like to say that there is and regarding what you told me, I have a paper on this as to whether there is any relationship between economic underdevelopment and militancy. If you are interested, I can give that paper to you. I wrote it long ago. Okay, because very often, as I said, since you have listened to my lecture, and I'm grateful you appreciate it so much. I'm humbled by your appreciation. I said one thing, you must have noted that terrorism, or for that matter, any other conflict, assumes different forms in different places. Look at India. Look at the Alpha, the Alpha militants, or for the Maowadis. Their religious extremism doesn't figure at all. To a large extent, it's economic underdevelopment. At least there can be a debate on this. Okay, this religious extremism predominantly applies to the Kashmiri jihadis, those militants. But in many cases, militancy is fueled by economic underdevelopment. But that again can't be a deterministic or reductionist factor. But if you're interested in it, I can give you, if you give me your email or WhatsApp number, I can send you the PDF of that article which I wrote long ago. Thank you. I think I've answered all the three of you.
I'm extremely sorry because of the paucity of time. I could not organizedly deliver my lecture, but I'm thankful to all of you that you here and you put some question before me. First question is UNO funding regarding. First of all, UNO the international situation actually demanded this type of universal organization. So USA-led organization definitely, and other European power, France, then Britain, they also supported. So UNO, the very beginning was though they supposed to work as a universe, particularly for the interest of the USA, because USA provides 25% budget of the UN. So definitely, but in spite of this limitation, because of the Cold War situation, UNO had some role to play as umpire in international order. But after Cold War, and USO day by day becoming the important factor, important world power, single world power, the UNO role is diminishing or declining. So, therefore, the country like India, we are not getting even a small space where we can utter our voice, we can put our voice and effectively can influence the international community through General Secretary or even any organization. That is very, very important development. The second question, USA, China, extra power role in South Asian region, whether is there any proof or evidence? I must say that there are plenty of evidence when we discuss the relation between India and Pakistan, between India and Bangladesh, between India and Maldives. Definitely, we always try to emphasize the how the China forcefully interpreting or penetrating this region. For example, the exiled Prime Minister of Bangladesh directly claimed that how the USA was involved for his exile, for her exile from Bangladesh, because Sheikh Hasina was not ready to hand over the Saint Martin Island to USA Navy, and that is one of the reasons the how the USA funded the hesitator for hesitation in Bangladesh. And the second is that China is also directly involved in military modernization in this region, including Pakistan, Bangladesh, and other states. But here, the representative of Maldives, the professor from Maldives are there. That there was a time, just 5 years back, that there was a stiff struggle between India and China for the investment in Maldives. There was a time when the present president, refused to talk with India even because of the pressure of China. So Chinese and USA involvement. Even after Operation Sindoor, the how the USA President Trump made a special relation with Asif Munir, the Pakistan general, and one after another agreement is concluded by USA and Pakistan, military equipments for the supply of the military equipment to Pakistan. Definitely, that will go against India. And regarding the bad governance or the type of governance the USA President Trump is doing, no, all of the political scientists is aware that there was a clear ethnic ethnic problem now created by Trump's in USA soil, and the democracy in America, which was free almost free. All people throughout the world were accepted by USA. Now, Trump, in order to ensure his own victory, how he mobilized the white issue and how he used the identity issue in American soil. So this is exceptional case, and we know that how the administration been controlled person and personalized by the Trump for his own party and his own benefit. So America, which was considered as a place for rule of law, but now rule of law has been hijacked by the Trump for his own interest and own party interest. So there are plenty of examples in USA nowadays that how the administration is actually hijacked by USA present president, destroying the rule of law and their old age-old practices, democratic practices. And final, the very important question raised, my friend, that can I explain a little bit about the European rationality versus post-colonial discourse? That is one of the important problem nowadays facing the South Asian countries. The European rationality means the kind of value system. Say, for instance, in India, there was a set of parliamentary democracy value. There was a set of value system in the practice of parliamentary democracy set by the European power, in our case for England. But nobody is now really taking care about that rationality, European rationalities set by the Britishers. We are actually destroying and we are creating our own value system in parliamentary practices. In running the parliamentary democracy in India, even not only in India, in other parts of the South Asian region, every day there is a cry, the decline of parliamentary democracy and the destroy of value system related to parliamentary practices that was started by the European power based on their own rationality. This is not one. The second thing is that the administration and politics and other justice system that was set a kind of European rationality, and now a new kind of the justice is coming up from the soil, from the people. It is participatory in nature. It is pluralistic in nature. It is identity-based in nature. So a new set of justice is demanding, a demand of new kind of justice is coming from the soil. So that is another, the conflict zone between the European rationality of justice and the justice demanding the people in new post-colonial era in this region. So that actually creating every time, every movement, a problem, we need to look it very carefully when we will set Vikshit Bharat mission even in India. Thank you. Thank you all.
Thank you. Professor Chakravarti. It's been a fascinating session. Three very, very interesting presentations. I'm holding on to my chairperson's remarks because we've already shot ahead of time. One line, then if I can say, I think the larger context of global order is in a state of flux, which came out very clearly whether you look at it from a small country perspective or when you look at it from the larger perspective that is emerged. India being at the center of it, how do we look at ourselves? 2047 is far, far away. I think how 2047 will be determined to a large extent with regard to how we position ourselves. And in that context, the neighborhood becomes very, very important. How we discussed the matter yesterday, that there have to be certain building blocks for our neighborhood policy. The neighborhood first policy has to have a certain pragmatic dimension where results have to be shown at the ground. Is very, very important. It's not going to be an easy task because the neighborhood itself is in a state of flux. So what can be the building blocks? And I think the building blocks can emerge from small instances of cooperation, sub-regional dimension that we talk about, which is far, far away from the unviable SAR dimension. So if we look at all these things, perhaps a viable model for 2047 can emerge. So in that sense, I think we can conclude on an optimistic note, despite the uncertainty that political scientists see. I mean, Donald Trump has made it very difficult for IR scholars to understand how the world will be tomorrow morning. So yes, the building blocks, even if there are small steps, are going to be very, very important. So thank you again. So students who did not ask the questions, Ankita and Sangeeta, you have to ask your questions during lunchtime to Professor Shamim. And we will be watching you, and your teachers also will give you bonus marks if you ask questions. So a big round of applause to all the panelists, and look forward to it.
On behalf of the organizing committee, I express our gratitude to our Honorable Chairperson, Dr. Rahul Tripathi, Honorable Speakers, Professor Shumit Mukherjee, Dr. Ali Shamim, and Professor Vishwanath Chakraborty. Thank you, sir, for your enlightening and thought-provoking speech. Now it's time for lunch break. And after lunch break, we'll have the third technical session. Thank you.
Sumit sir and Vishwanath sir and many others, those who were talking about the democratization of South Asia and this kind of means somehow Islamization of the South Asia, particularly in Pakistan and in Bangladesh. So, but at that time, what was the vision was given by the Muhammad Ali Jinnah, that is the more realistic that what Quaid-e-Azam obviously stood for a strong, independent, and irreproachable judiciary because the human rights could not be protected and enforced without such judiciary. Jinnah has repeatedly asserted that only an independent judiciary can protect the democratic rights of all people in a state. While Pakistan judiciary has occasionally registered authoritarianism, it's a historical validation of coup and the selective judicial activism have weakened the constitutional consistency and public trust. The amendment creates permanent federal constitutional court. The FCC is headed by its own chief justice and staffed by an equal number of judges from each of Pakistan's four provinces as well as from Islam. It would be adjudicating disputes between government and federal government and the state government, or whenever the different state government clashes. The judges of the FCC would retire at 60. I mean, there is again immunity for this, but not completely. Unlike Supreme Court judges who retires at 65, the FCC Chief Justice tenure would be capped at 3 years. It also gives the president power to transfer a judge from one high court to another on the proposal of Judicial Commission of Pakistan, that is the JCP, the body responsible for recommending appointments of Pakistan's superior judiciary. So what? After the 26th Amendment was passed last year, the transfer of judges was to happen from one high court to another high court on presidential order. However, the judge's consent was necessary for a transfer as were consultation with the Chief Justice of Pakistan and two Chief Justice of respective high courts. Means if you compare with the Indian judiciary also, there is actually the provision for the consultation, okay, of the judges. Means whenever judges are being appointed, somehow president through even the cabinet minister, it's the informally they take the or they consult with the judges and particularly with the Chief Justice of India. It can be pointed out that the Pakistani political parties, including the PPP, now an alliance partner of the ruling PML, and had in the past registered constitutional protections to the military. Change. The 26th Amendment is constitutional surrender of civilian power to military. Means there is a shift of civilian power to the military, and that is the actually crisis. How that the authoritarian means the bureaucrats and the military leaders are having one kind of nexus with the political leaders, and they are actually means giving the legitimacy to their power. So 27th Amendment is like this. So what are actually the consequences of this 27th Amendment to the Pakistan as well as India and as well as the South Asia? So what is the first consequences for the Pakistan itself? That the democracy in Pakistan or the constitution in Pakistan. What? That political instability and governance division means frequent government changes, engineer political coalition and weaken local governance structure result in paralysis, economic mismanagement and declining public confidence in democratic institutions. This amendment, while the Prime Minister would continue to be exposed to political scrutiny and the will of elected representative, immunity has been granted to non-elected officials. It institutionalizes the supremacy of the uniform over the ballot. Parliamentary and civilian oversight diminishes as the amendment prioritizes stability over participation, narrowing political diversity and suppressing dissent via control appointments. It shifts from hybrid democracy to institutionalized authoritarianism, eroding civilian supremacy. So what are the ramifications for the Pakistan democracy? Means this recreates the hostage democracy to theocracy, authoritarianism and elite capture, derailing public reasoning and equality. Vibrant youth and cultural diversity offers
reform potential, but indoctrination, poor education, and economic instability exacerbate extremism and brain drain, making democratic restoration urgent. Protest against the amendments highlight the resistance. It weaken judiciary and opposition enable power concentration, risking fascist tendencies and further backsliding of democracy. Means again, while remembering the Jina, many lawyers and civil uh, groups, they actually talk about the principle, independent institutions, anti-corruption, and citizens' welfare. Okay, as they were citing the Madali Jina. Pakistan's present stands at the brink of an existential crisis due to numerous crucial changes: theocracy, authoritarianism, overpopulation, violation of human rights, poor human development, extremism, political uncertainty, economic instability, corruption, poverty, and all these issues are there, which are some man-made and some are institutional. So democracy is key, okay, as only opening dialogue and arriving a political reconciliation will assure the mistrust and socio-economic realities to recover and fill up this gap for a peaceful Pakistan. Democracy in Pakistan is actually indoctrinating the masses in favor of the revival of medieval state rather than a modern state. By doing so, the state refuses to meet modern challenges because indoctrination closes all doors to realistic solutions. There is a dire need to liberate the Pakistani mind from the theocratic mind to develop rational and critical mind through equality education, which is integral for Pakistan, that is the modern and political means. Actually, these opinions are not from the Indian perspective, okay? Even the Pakistani scholars and those who call themselves left or the liberals, they are also having the same kind of tone for the present constitutional amendments. This colonial legacy of government has diminished the democratic culture of the country. In confronting empire, this Iqbal Ahmed had argued that the Pakistan has never been able to decolonize since its independence. He stated that the situation remained the same after independence because a British trained army, a British trained bureaucracy, and same feudal landlords who had collaborated with British constitute the triangle of power. Nothing else has changed. So the economic reality has not changed and the political reality has not changed. The Iqbal Ahmed's claim of authoritarianism is not easy to refute. So it is undeniable that the both theocracy and authoritarianism continue to derail Pakistan's democratic process. The actually Saad Moloki is the one okay journalist who has given the extensive uh, analysis of this 27. I mean, the second aspect is what are the implications for Indian Pakistan relations? So do we have time, sir? Okay. So I will go to this ramifications for Indian Pakistan. What are the challenges for India? Actually, India faces heightened border tension and terrorism risk from Pakistan's internal chaos as military autonomy diverts resources to militancy. So, for example, uh, through this 27th amendment, there is again one provision which actually is creating some kind of favor to the state, and there is erosion of federal system. For example, the provinces are not being given some kind of autonomy which was given by the 26th or the 18th amendment. For example, why this is the important? Because Balochistan is full of resources, but with very less population, and all these USA, China, they are interested in Balochistan, and all the present attacks or the terrorist attacks on means in Balochistan, okay, they are there because they have the feeling of deprivation that whatever the resources are there, they have been utilized by the others, means the Pakistan state. But compared to that the resources, they are not getting anything. So even United Nations and even the USA forced that to all these the terrorist groups in operating in Balochistan have been labeled as the terrorist organization and they have been blacklisted. So this is actually because of this the political economy, which is that Balochistan is very important, and that's why the present constitution, the amendment, the 27th amendment, has somehow given upper hand to the state. So those who means visualize that the Balochistan, so we will able to separate the Balochistan, or Balochistan will get somehow intensify their autonomy or the independence. So some the democratic changes or the democratic situation is like that, that Balochistan is not getting that kind of actually resources, and at the same time that Balochistan do not have that kind of capacity to the actually challenge this constitution. And through this the constitution, they are again means enforcing this the centralization, which in 18th amendment there was a decentralization. So the cross-border threat intensify this straining India's security amid South Asian blacks backsliding trends and pressure its own institution. Lessons from Pakistan underscores blustering judicial independence, electoral transparency, and civic space to avoid similar drifts preserving India's democratic age. Collaborative regional efforts on education and decolonization could mitigate the shared vulnerabilities, but Pakistan's trajectory demands vigilant Indian diplomacy. The Pakistan's 27th constitutional amendment, by entrenching the military supremacy over civilian institutions, heightened the security threats to India and destabilized South Asia's fragile democratic equilibrium. Uh, for example, the recent increasing rapprochement between the Bangladesh and Pakistan is also a threat for India. And same the time there is Nepal again, where the China is much interested in Nepal, and then Sri Lanka and other states also. So what the security risk is there for India because of this? The amendment actually empowers the army chief as chief of defense force with unified command, legal immunity for top officers, and control over foreign policy, enabling bold proxy terrorism against India. Groups like Jaish-e-Mohammed and Lashkar-e-Taiba gain operational freedom under the state protection, risking intensified attacks and cross-border incursion, reminiscent of past escalations. Nuclear risk escalates as military opacity replaces civilian oversight, potential lowering threshold for tactical weapons use, and complicating crisis de-escalation amid hardened Kashmir stance. These all are the issues and the challenges for the India. So India must bolster intelligence, border surveillance, and preemptive strikes while clarifying nuclear red lines to deter adventurism. So, for example, this new regime has given somehow supremacy or the control over the even the nuclear resources. So that is also one point which is actually threatening for the India. Diplomatic and strategic challenges. The military-directed diplomacy shrinks negotiation channels and sidelining civilian-led. Like this garrison states formalization entails ambiguity in civil military relations, complicating SAARC cooperation and bilateral confidence building. Heightened tension strains India's resources, diverting focus from internal development amid potential refugee influxes or Kargil-like conflicts. For example, if the trends which are going in Bangladesh, in Pakistan, that the minorities are under attack, then it creates the burden over the India's security issues, also borders and all this. Okay. The regional instability in South Asia. South Asia witnesses accelerated democratic backsliding with Pakistan's authoritarian pivot mirroring Bangladesh advocacy and Sri Lanka's crisis, eroding collective norms of constitutionalism. Extremist spillovers threatens neighbors like Afghanistan, Iran, and even proxy wars and refugee flows that burdens regional economies. Weakened institution invite Chinese influence via CPEC, altering power balance and hindering multilateral forums like SAARC. The CDF assumes direct control over the National Command Authority and nuclear stockpiles shift. This lowers tactical nuclear threshold and along with heightening escalation risk during scrimmage as seen in the past crisis and signals deterrence against Indian conventional superiority. So these are the points, and why that the India is actually concerned, or they should show somehow means support to the establishing democracy in Pakistan or Bangladesh. So that there is the approach, that the liberal approach, okay, the which is, though there are presently the Trump policy is giving setbacks to the democratic waves of the democratic, okay, regimes, but we have somehow hopes from the democracy itself. Okay, otherwise there will be the chaos, there will be the chaos. So restoring constitution in Pakistan is very important through the genuine supremacy of civilian government over military and judicial adherence to constitutional limits, strengthening the parliamentary oversights, electoral integrity, and political party reforms, and decentralization and federal balance. So even these provisions are applicable to the other South Asian states also. Though India is actually not having that kind of crisis, but yes, there are some. Okay, that's right. So we can also think or compare ourselves also. But as the earlier session, we talk about our cultural diversity and institution buildings. So that have given somehow strength to the Indian democracy. So the retreat of constitution in Pakistan represents a central obstacle to democratic consolidation and regional stability. Domestically, it perpetuates political instability and weak governance. Regionally, it reinforces security-driven policies that heightens tension in South Asia, particularly with India. Sustainable peace and democracy in the region depends not only on diplomatic initiatives but also on Pakistan's internal constitutional transformation. Without a robust commitment to constitution, both Pakistan's democracy and South Asia's stability will remain precarious. So, thank you. Thank you, the chair, and thank you, the audience.
Thank you, Duare, for a very scholarly discourse. We shall take the questions after the next presentation is over. Now I request Sudoita Ghosh to make her presentation. The floor is yours. And half an hour is the time. Okay? It's 2:45, finish at 3:50. অফার করবো তুমি তাহলে আমি ওখানে চলে যাচ্ছি
Good afternoon, students. Good afternoon, respected chair. Good starting my presentation and my talk. I would like to say thanks to organizing committee and especially to the Department of Political Science from Chapra College and also Ranaghat College. Now I'm going to start my presentation. My topic is exploring the affinity of environment and issues of human rights through the lens of critical theory. Now, as we know that our topic of the discussion is definitely Vikshit Bharat. So there is a background that why did I choose this topic? The reason is that we are the whole the north, and also that notice that these two things, I mean, this human rights and environment is very closely associated, and many human rights violation is happening due to the environmental causes. So here because I'm from North Bengal, my native place is Shiliguri. So and I born and brought up there. So I'm very close towards the Himalayan. And what I have noticed that the next to my nation, that is Bhutan. Bhutan is there, and Bhutan also receive a huge number of tourists, but still Bhutan cases of human rights violation, even due to that environmental causes. But what I have seen here in my nation, in that and my state, that the picture is very much gloomy. So I just want to show, and I just not want to show. I just try to find out the answer. But I end up lots of with question now. So let me start with that thing. So. I just start with showing some pictures. Many of you have already visited hills. I mean that all the hill parts, Darjeeling, Kalimpong, Kasia, right? So these are the, you notice these are the conditions. You can see that how, the development, the construction, the concrete construction. See how the buildings are developed there. Thank you. New development. I mean, in just last 3 to 4 hours, this all happened there. And which we see that 4 stories, 5 stories building in hill. See, this is the Darjeeling. See that road traffic. So this is my abstract. And this is also available there. So the hill of northern part of West Bengal, the region of North Bengal is famous for the tea, timber, and tourism. And approximately 85 tea gardens are running full-fledged in Darjeeling district at present, including plains, because the Darjeeling also sharing a few parts in plains, not only the hill regions. And 6 are in Kalimpong and Boxa, Chilapata, Chapra, Gorumara, Joldapara, Mahananda, these are the numbered timber collection. These are the name of the most famous for that timber collection. But the reality is, and people get time, definitely I will tell you that how this the timber collection is happening from these core forests. And these are the common places of tourism too. Now, in recent years, it has been noticed that homestays, guest houses, and government tourist homes are increasing in number. The government minimized the restriction for construct hotels and different types of staying arrangement for tourists, but still it's happening there. Now, reasons for sudden growth of tourism in hill. Definitely, gender discrimination is very and females of hills also are huge. Then why people are migrating? The number of unemployment rises. The number of great source of income is now a target of the state government. The state is functioning as corporate capitalism. What I think. Now understand the role of the state to the lens of understand the role of the power and ideology. The power and ideology both are indispensable for maintaining state power and justify this with an ideology. Justify this task with an ideology. With which state secures supports the environment degradation and its related issues are fought in a politically occupied space and policy control politically vacuum. Not all exercise power is here and manifested with the environment. Therefore, deforestation or afforestation, water body preservation or uses all are taking place according to the wish of the power. The power. The power has a legitimate strength and capacity to fight against voice. Or government is functioning or the wish of the corporate dominant groups or any other dominant groups whose role is private and public voices are minimal. Children and I just explain power to identify power is the root of the environment. Power influence policy and decision. Solution of every problem comes from knowledge. It is not wrong to mention that Michael explanation to understand the state people in the responsible government because found that power has a tendency to role. It's also guided and guided the wish of the wish of the power, even marginalized knowledge policy. Several times policies obstacles and strong strategies for protecting environment. Multiple factors played role in the most ideology of the capitalist ideology of the government, where main reaches interests are private as a hand
So a special word of thanks for Shudaita for giving both the stipulated time. Has the opportunity of reminding her that the time was up, but the time was not up. Now the floor is open for questioning. Let's have 15 minutes for questioning, and then I'll sum up in 10 minutes.
Yes. You have to ask from there, so that the mindset to open in legal knowledge. Yes.
I must first of all congratulate Shubhita for her very good presentation, and I think it is the result of a intensive research. And I just have one question and one observation. Observation is that although I could not physically present here from yesterday, I have listened to all the papers. And what I see that your paper is the only paper where you are talking about women. Although marginally, women is covered here. And my question is that these constraints, environmental problems, problem of human rights, related problem of human rights, how will you connect with the concept of leadership? Can this be for the planet? What is the planet the people are in? We should be aware of these things. What are your suggestions?
Let us take all the questions together, then they will rest. Any other query from anybody else? Yeah, please go ahead. Please go ahead. Yes.
Thank you, Chairman.
Addressing the question. Sorry.
Professor Bengal. Okay. Both presentations are quite enlightening and fascinating to hear. My question is directed to Professor Kalam. You discussed about the challenges in revising the Constitution of Pakistan. I was wondering what's the role. eh, Pakistan has bicameral parliament. So what about the role of the Senate? And probably it was quite passed by the lower house. So if you could what is the role of the Senate and all these amendments, whether are they being scrutinized by the Senate, it is supposed to be the experienced scholars normally from the upper house. So if you could elaborate a little bit about the role of this in the constitution and how have they given their verdicts, or do they help reduce these amendments to democratize the power to civilian? If you could, thank you very much.
Any other? Yes. Yes. Open me up.
I must congratulate Dr. Neil for his very opening lecture, very short, the state of Pakistan and its gradual transition to ultimate collapse. Now, my question is very specific on two aspects. Regarding 27th amendment, in contrast to 18th amendment of Pakistan Constitution, there is some paradigm shift actually in this amendment. And my question is, so when civilian power is transferring to military power, and then what is the role that the religious, extremely religious groups are playing in the middle during this transition? Because in Pakistan, there are several important religious tribes, I must say important because they are playing key roles in shaping many agendas in Pakistan. So what is the role, how this power during transition civilian to military, is there any power slippage from this transition to this extreme group, and what's the mechanism? My second question, in the second part, you have mentioned the ramification of this Pakistani problem to other neighborhood, Indian neighborhood. Now, how a failed state or nearly failed state like Pakistan,
system and institutions are gradually eroded, can gain momentum in states like Nepal and particularly Bangladesh. How a failed state can gain momentum. Uh, so these are my two questions. Thank you, sir. First of all, I'd like to congratulate our speakers. It was a very engaging lecture. One each question to Professor Sir and Professor Hosni. First, Professor this presentation that Pakistan is supporting terrorism. Pakistan is supporting terrorism against India, and that's open secret. And same time, also mentioned that Pakistan is facing terrorist problem in their own country. And as I was looking global terrorism index report last year, but totally I was that in South Asia, Pakistan, when it comes to terrorist incidents, Pakistan is the most terrorist affected country in South Asia, and in India, Pakistan comes second. So because of that, India is also facing problems. So what Pakistan government is doing to address these issues? As we all know, problems is not only damaging India from Pakistan side, it's also detrimental to their own country. So what Pakistan is doing to address this issue? Thank you, sir. And Professor ma'am, and I is from Sri. Ma'am shown so many images of buildings, forest refuge building. But as I was born and brought in a lot of hills, I know that there are so many buildings and infrastructure in city area. But when it comes to natural disasters, most of the time it happens in village area, not in the city area. So how could you link those development and those environmental disasters? And at the same time, I also mentioned that poor people are not getting any benefit from this construction. But as we have seen, especially after post-COVID time, there are so many homestays in offbeat areas, especially nowadays, and Siton and all those areas very famous. But poor people are really getting job and they are really earning revenue from that. So that's my personal experience. And so how could you relate, or how could you elaborate, say that poor are getting any benefit from those development activities? Thank you.
Any other question? Or shall I ask them to respond? No questions. So, you please. You will be brief and then you.
So good questions. Actually, first I would like to answer first question. So, sir, you are talking about the second room, which parliamentary system, and it can consider this as two parties have collaborative government, and this 27th amendment was passed in the lower house as well as in the there is no such kind of the resistance at all. There were those who were resist like MPs and all, but that was not a credential resistance. So there was a smooth transition in both lower house as well as upper house. So and that is the thing because the lower house is the majority. So as for you know that the Indian parliament is at the center. Okay. So Pakistan, the Senate or the upper house is having that kind of the majority of the ability to the ruling political party. So they are giving the same concept to the this kind of. So there was no any resistance, and this the bill was passed on the Saturday and presented immediately without much discussion and much resistance. So that is the scenario, which is almost what the in parliamentary democracy. What do we say that actually? The parliament or the democracy is the least worst form of government. So that's why we have somehow are optimistic about the democracy because we not yet have found the values to the democracy. And again, in South Asia, there is some conceptual change in the democracy. The Western, dominated by the Western values, and again, here in South Asia, you are having just the electoral kind of democracy. So, not giving that kind of substantial values to the democratic or the constitutional values. So that is the democracy itself is very fragile in South Asia. So that is the my address to this question. And second, you have not mentioned well. So I okay, asking your question because I know that you in the earlier session, so you asked about the religious now, isn't it? Yes. So religious group. So what? Whenever there is any amendment or any shift in the power, automatically they have many times that insulted that given the appeal to the these religious. So the religious groups are there, and they have somehow affected the PML and the present ruling parties, where the PTI is somehow showing the resistance, but as calling them like as anti-national or something. Okay, so this resistance is not given any attention to this. So religious groups have somehow supported this kind of constitution. And the third question. So third question is that how did the terrorism Pakistan is addressing the issue of terrorism, both India and Pakistan itself also. Okay. So anything happens in Pakistan, okay, any terrorist attack is there in Pakistan. So the Pakistani leaders have a very simple statement. First statement is that it is because of India. So India has had all kind of terrorist. For example, in Islamabad, recent attacks in Islamabad near to their parliament and the school and also they give this the label to the India. And for example, you have seen the Durandar movie, and that Durandar movie is somehow educating that the Indian law agency okay, is somehow uh, hand in Balochistan and the other terrorist kind of organization. But though this is very clear, India has obviously denied all these allegations. Okay, and the Pakistan. But there is around according to the UN Security Report, 344 attacks have been done in the recent year. 344 done by the Balochistan. So Balochistan army has been blacklisted. Okay, by the why the because USA because USA feels feel their interests are being threatened by this kind of terrorist organization, particularly in China. So whatever there is okay. This is because of the Balochistan and the resources of Balochistan and the Balochistan is having access to sea and all this. Okay. So regarding the India, they are not actually taking any they are not to address this kind of issues. They are actually intensifying this kind of proxy war against the India. And for themselves, they are trying to do it on the policy or the institutional. Okay, and particularly their focus is to suppress these terrorists and not addressing their the ethnic demands. For example, in Pakistan, Urdu has been given the tremendous importance in the national language. So when there was a formation of Pakistan, so Qaid Azam in the also said that now you forget the other language and you just accept the Urdu. So Urdu is not the language of the Pakistan; it is the language of the language actually, which had origin in the Deccan. And it is a mixture of the Hindi and the Marathi language of the group. So in reality, Urdu has nothing to do with the Islam or with the. So now they are giving that kind of the importance. And so, for example, see in India, so we have given the importance to or the identity or recognition to all this ethnic diversity. So the Pakistan is not enough. For example, Sindhi language. Though comes from used to come from the sea, but in 17th, 18th decade, she deliberately actually given the secondary status to the Sindhi language. So these are the actually ethnic demands. Because of that, they are against the Pakistani state. For example, in Pakhtunkhwa also, the Pathans are against the state. So, but this kind of policy is actually intensifying the terrorist attacks, and there are the demands. So, on policy level, the Pakistan is actually being failed. Because if you are not able to maintain diversity, ethnic diversity, languages, or the religious diversity, where the minorities, Islam also, those with the Shia, Sunni, these are the sects, they are also being suppressed. So, in truly, they are not addressing this the kind of the substantive questions. That's why the terrorist attacks are increasing and intensifying. Okay. I hope I have fully. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. It's a wonderful question you asked. That my study actually is related with Vikshit Bharat is we are talking since yesterday the India's role in Southeast Asia and all. So I felt that if that problem which is inside our nation, if we're not able to sort out, then how we can act as a big. So that's why I starting on that domestic issues which actually created problem and try to find out its solution, how to curb these things. So this way it's related with because I wanted to find the thing আমি কি বাংলায় বলবো না আমি আমার একটা ভেতরে মানে regional, where is the regional problem? Regional issues are the big issues which actually creating problem for democracy and united India. That's why I choose that. And what's your name, dear? Sanjeev. Yeah, Pop? Okay. Okay. So you told that that four are getting jobs. Now there's a thing you said during the COVID period. But have you noticed that the Shinkoda industry is finished in Darjeeling and no new industries open? That lots of migrations are happening there. Have you ever visited Bangalore or Delhi in recent times? In Hyderabad, have you noticed that how many hills people they are working as a household, as a caretaker of their children? So if these things are helping, giving them employment opportunity, you feel that it is very good to feel doing someone's household work. If I'm getting good job and good salary, then fine. Even we are ready to go to US or any other nations. But in my nations, I migrated because I'm not able to earn money enough. And what I'm doing the work of a nanny. Hope you, I give you answer, right? Okay.
So you have to bear with me just for a few minutes for my concluding remarks. Professor Daware deserves to be congratulated for a very elaborate, scholarly, and incisive discourse on the retreat of constitutional Pakistan. He has shown through a lot of inputs, academic inputs, how constitutionalism has remained fragile in Pakistan. The marginalization of parliament, the politicization of the judiciary, and above all, the overarching predominance of the military. And he has also spoken about the portentous ramifications of the 26th and 27th amendments and the surrender of power, civilian power, to the military. That is perhaps the most sinister foreboding that he has sounded. One point very interested me when he said that Pakistan is a hybrid state. Now, what is a hybrid state? Which outwardly maintains the ingredients of democracy, but then combines it with a dose of repression. Now, there is a very subtle difference between authoritarianism and totalitarianism. What is that? In authoritarianism, there is rule of law, but in totalitarianism, there is no semblance of rule of law. And yes, it can be a fascist state, but this is an undeniable fact that the military has extended its hold and strengthened and consolidated its grip over the body politic of Pakistan. Now the question is, an authoritarian regime is based on authority. This leads us to one of the basic questions of political science. When power is punctuated with legitimacy, then it is translated into authority. And authoritarian regimes are based on authority. Now, this is a very interesting point as to whether the direction in which Pakistan is getting from that can be say with whether it is authoritarian or whether it is totalitarian. After all, there is an overarching presence of the military. One point, and he has very correctly pointed out that Muhammad Ali Jinnah had a firm faith in rule of law. I think today it is high time that we took some interest in evaluating the political thought of Jinnah. Not too many scholarly discourses have seen the light of the day on this topic. One point which really alarmed me, apart from we are all cognizant of the uniform superseding the ballot and extremism being fomented. But what really alarmed me most, and yes, very rightly and appropriately sounded this note of warning, is that the liberal scholars in Pakistan are passively acquiescing in these what should I say, in the vulgarization of democracy, backsliding of democracy. If the liberal scholars go back on and they refute their own liberal convictions, then what prospect has Pakistan? So he has also made some suggestions towards the end as to how this trend can be arrested. Well, you have to depend on good sense to prevail. If good sense prevails, well, we may see a better game. Now, Shudaita's presentation was very lively, vibrant, and enlightening. Now, I couldn't agree more emphatically with her assertion that today unbridled urbanization is really taking its heavy toll on us. And there's a multiplicity of homestays, guest houses, tourist homes, etc. No restriction there. And I think one example with which I can support her is what happened at Kedar. The fury of nature. The Kedar was devastated. Actually, the lack of balance lies in us. Urbanization is definitely necessary, but it needs a balance. And that balance is lacking very much. I was very much impressed by the way she interpolated the ideas of Foucault, Adorno, and Horkheimer into her structure of presentation. And I also found very opposite reference to unregulated sand mining. It is this lack of regulation which is really creating this imbalance everywhere, and environment is the greatest casualty. Our poet laureate Rabindranath Tagore also warned a number of times against such environmental catastrophes like global warming and other things. I think he's very relevant here. So I'm not sure whether he talked about, he had no opportunity to talk about such unbridled urbanization in India, because at that point of time, Darjeeling also had a beauty of its own. I visited Darjeeling a few months back, and still it has a certain charm, a certain attraction. But this plethora of tourist homes and guest houses has somewhat encroached on its erstwhile beauty, and God forbid, Darjeeling. Well, I pray to God that what the fate that befell Kedar does not befall Darjeeling also. Finally, I found an element, a multidisciplinary and interdisciplinary element in that presentation. Today, you know, the days are over when disciplines were subjected to watertight compartmentalization. Today, those walls of separation are crumbling down, and each discipline is influencing the other, interacting with the other, with a kind of a mutual engagement. And today we are therefore we are emphasizing on interdisciplinary, intradisciplinary, and transdisciplinary research, where you know even social science and physical science they are being workers, females, I mean, who ultimately secured the job of house helpers in Bengal and Delhi, and they were psychologically distressed. So look at the way she has ultimately introduced the domain of psychology here. Then they developed heart and kidney diseases due to mental pressure. And then she refers to families being hampered and second marriages. That brings us to the domain of sociology. So here we have an integrated multidisciplinary approach. And finally, I did some work in North Bengal. I worked there for 5 years in Aviation College. And then after I joined Kalyani University in 2006, I completed 2 UGC projects that both have been published in the form of books. One was on Kamtaku and the other was on Kalam. Now, both these movements were for regional autonomy. They did not clamor for separate statehood. I'm leaving aside the KLO. The KLO is an appendage of the Alpha, and that joined hands with Alpha with the demand for a separate sovereign state of Kamtapur and also Azad. I'm leaving that aside. Now, this is the very interesting point of research as to whether environmental issues figured in the agenda of the leaders of these movements did not much of this. But this is a point which needs decisive exploration as to whether environmental issues and human rights violation of both people prominently intensive research is necessary. I thank both the speakers for their extremely lively and academically rewarding presentations, and it's been my proud privilege to chair this session. And I think I too have adhered to the time limit because after this the valedictory address will follow, and so I end my chairman's speech with my heartfelt thanks to both the speakers who have really enriched and enlightened us. And as I leave this dais a much more enriched and enlightened man. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Now we have parallel presentation session in the seminar hall as well as in room number 104. So the speakers who will deliver lectures in room number 4, please announce their names. Dr. Chote Lal Shaw, Anil Chaudhary, Shoumi Leroy, Bhaskar Bhumik, Rana Mitra, and Loknath Haldar. And in this seminar hall, papers will be presented by Shohini Roy, Dr. Rudra Diparnita Bhomik, Shoshobon Bishwas, and Sanjog Shubho. Also delivered by Priyanka Pradhan, Ansi Davis, Shumit Majumdar, and Dr. Ashraful Iskram Taskan. Thank you.
সোজা রোডটা এখান থেকে বেরিয়ে সোজা রোডটা হ্যাঁ 104 হচ্ছে এইটাতে বেরিয়ে একদম সোজা দেখুন এর বাইরেও যদি কারো নাম থাকে ওইখানে হ্যাঁ সংস্কৃত ডিপার্টমেন্ট আচ্ছা অনলাইনে আছে কিন্তু আচ্ছা এখানে আর কিছু হবে না না ওখানে অনলাইনে প্রেজেন্টেশন কি এটা বারবার যা না না হ্যাঁ ওখানে ব্যবস্থা আছে সব আছে তাহলে আমরা এখানে এটা নিয়েছো নাকি কোথায় নিয়ে যাবো এই ঘরে আছে তো আর্ধেক ওই ঘরে দিয়েছে আর আর্ধেক এই ঘরে দিয়েছে অনলাইন গুলো এই ঘরে দিয়েছে আচ্ছা আচ্ছা ওই ঘরে তো হ্যাঁ হ্যাঁ আমরা ওখানে যাবো না এখানে থাকবো এবার সেম টাইপের সেম টাইপ না না ওটা দুটো একসঙ্গে হবে সেম টাইমে হবে এটা কভার করতে হবে বা ওটা কভার কাট কাট না কাট একটা স্টিল হবে আর ভিডিও হলে জাস্ট ভিডিও না দুটো সেম টাইম আলাদা যে আচ্ছা ভালো তাহলে মোবাইল ক্যামেরা ভালো আছে ওটা দেখতে পারবে সেখানে করতে পারবো আমি স্যারের কাছে
Dr. Patel is saying, Amano, please come on the dais.
কাজ করতে হবে ফ্রেম করে ভিডিও আর আমি দেখি এটাতে স্টিল প্লাস ভিডিও নিয়ে দিচ্ছি
না ক্যামেরা ওখানে লাগবে না ক্যামেরাটা এখানেই লাগবে
ক্যামেরা দরকার আমি কি বলতে গেছিলাম আমি কি বলতে গেছিলাম
Now I request Dr. Moushumi De to felicitate Dr. Kontrali Sinha,
Assistant Professor, Department of Political Science, Srirampur College. With flower bouquet, Uttoriyo, and a token of appreciation. Thank you, Moushumi and Priyanka.
Hello.
Patients who will be delivering their lectures over here. So they have asked me from the college, the Krishno, and organizing those who have been organizing the seminar that 4 minutes will be given to each participants and last 1 minute for the final bell. So may I request Shohini Roy to please come and present your paper. And it can be in a bilingual mode. So whichever is convenient for you, you can go ahead with it. Good afternoon to the chair, to peers, students, and all present. I thank to the organizing committee to give me this opportunity to present this paper today. My name is Shohini Roy. I am an assistant professor in the Department of Political Science in Ranaghat Mahavidyalaya. I am also a PhD in Asia Counterterrorism Cooperation in the shadow of Taliban's rise in Afghanistan. Now, for the purpose of analytical clarity, I have divided my paper into 5 parts, and due to paucity of time, I will be very brief in just touching upon the 5 parts. I will try to be very brief. The first part will be about historic engagements that India and Central Asia has shared since centuries. In the second part, I will talk about the transition that both the parties have made to this upon as to why the Taliban takeover in Asia for the security scenario in South Asia and Central Asia, and the world at large, especially seen from the domain of counterterrorism. In the fourth, I will divide the entire India Central Asia counterterrorism effort into 3 parts effectively. The first will be the bilateral exchanges that that have taken place. The second will be the multilateral exchanges that have taken place. The third will be the operation for the fourth edifice of my presentation. Finally, the fifth section will be a theoretical one, whereby I argue that despite the conflict that India and Central Asia, both India and the Central Asian republics face, counterterrorism will actually, the cooperation on the counterterrorism is very different from the Western approaches, and that it could well feature in the post-Western domain beyond the West-centric templates. Now, moving on to the paper, I would like to talk about the fact that India and Central Asia has been historically involved in engagements since the times of road facilitating of goods, ideas, cultural relations since the 3rd century BC to the 15th century AD. There was a short, there was not quite short, but a short given on the part of India and Soviet Union on the part of Central Asia. This relationship has survived this colonial intervention, and post that, cultural exchanges continued between India and the Central Asian during the time of Cold scenario. However, the post-Cold War independence new strategies for the Central Asian states, and also the same was true for because India had lost its strategic. There was a need to redo relations. The look north policy, which did a lot of symbolic action and lip work. Next was a lot of work, especially in the domain of security, trade, commerce, and cultural exchanges. There were a number of constraints. Ultimately, in 2015, with the visit, with the comprehensive tour of Prime Minister Modi to the Central Asian republics, renewed relations were signaled and commitment to partnership. Now, after that, there was a watershed moment, and that came in August 15th, 2021, when Afghanistan was taken over by Taliban. And that happened with the collapse of the Afghan security forces. NATO decided. Okay. It's extremely difficult. Okay, so anyway, that is a watershed. So that is a watershed moment in Asia's politics. So okay, so the transnational impact that it has created is that it has led to the development of emergency situations in terms of terrorist threats. As a result, what has happened that all the countries in and around Afghanistan have felt the need to cooperate on the issue of counterterrorism. Now, I have already mentioned that there were three parts to this. The first is the bilateral exchange, and in that there have been a number of defense cooperation agreements, security. There have been joint working groups who have worked towards counterterrorism level. There are three issues which can be actually noted. The first is the India Central Asia Summit. The second is, of course, the India Central Asia Dialogue, and the third is the National Security Advisor, which is particularly important. And the next part is, of course, the operational exchange, which comes in the form of anti-terror drills, counter-terror joint ventures. I would like to mention a few names. Kazin with Kazakhstan. There is Khanjar with Kyrgyzstan and Saltlake with Uzbekistan that are particularly important. Now, I would like to mention just a point that I will ask for, ma'am. The one thing that I would mention is that what we find that the counter-terror efforts that India and Central Asia have put forward is essentially extremely layered and multiplicit in the kind of cooperation that we see. And this hybridity makes me say that this particular cooperation that we see is essentially a part of a post-Western kind of situation. It is not very, it is not, because it,
Thank you, Shohini. Now I would ask Aparna Roy to present your paper.
First of all, I would like to congratulate the organizers for organizing such a wonderful two-day international conference on a very significant and relevant main theme of Vikshit Bharat to Bharat, a case for the Aravali. At the very outset, after going through intensive sessions for 2 days, what we came to realize is that there's a kind of a lack of balance that in fact the often we find challenges crop up. What is critically possible? I think many of you have heard, especially the faculties definitely have heard about a campaign that is Save Aravali campaign. The Aravali range, which is one of the oldest, not only in the world, and since Gujarat, Rajasthan, Haryana, and Delhi. To project today, court's verdict in the month of November and December actually intensified a new kind of a debate as to what development can cost, or when we seek of development, often we have to do that at the behest of sustainability. But Viksit Bharat, as you are quite aware, it is based on a quadruple comprising youth, women, the poor, and farmers. But when we talk about the Aravali and the Save Aravali campaign, it actually questions that whether inclusiveness can be achieved practically or not as projected. Because we are supposed to find, or we are supposed to take India in 2047 as a developed nation. But this very development often creates challenges. The Supreme Court, while defining, actually uh, giving us a verdict, had mentioned what the Aravali range or why it is at threat, because you might be aware that for a long time, illegal mining already challenged the Aravali, and even today we find when we try to redefine the definition of what Aravali stands to be, we find that policy makers and practical execution of such policies often cost the lives of not only these four quadruple that just I mentioned under the Viksit Bharat, that is the youth, women, poor, and farmers, but it comes at the cost of threatening the ecosystem of our nation. And if we are not developed from inside, and if we are not
sustainable from inside, we cannot expect that we will continue to set example across South Asian nations. And for that very reason, Vikshit Bharat has to come upon a change from inside as from today's understanding or the entire session on today's all the presenters or the speakers had already mentioned that the change has to come within. And the paper, due to paucity of time, I'm not able to elaborate well, but this is the take that through my essay I would like to address, that we need to chord a balance between sustainability, development, although development has to be maintained, it has to be carried out, but mind ethics, that is land ethic, because we are also part of this universe, also a part of this ecosystem. So we cannot develop ourselves without threatening an integral part of our ecosystem. Thank you.
Thank you, Aparna Madam, for highlighting such a vital issues. Dipannita Bhomik. I don't think.
From online or offline?
Offline.
Offline.
সুশোভন বিশ্বাস।
Connection. এটা দিয়ে হোস্ট আচ্ছা না ওইখানে তো চলবে তাই না হ্যাঁ সেটাই এখান দিয়ে কেটেছে
Good afternoon, everyone. I am Sushobhan Bishwas, working as an assistant teacher in Balarampur High School, Bharat. Side by side, I am also research scholar. First of all, I would like to thank the Department of Political Science, Ranaghat College, in collaboration with Chapra College, for giving me golden opportunity to present my paper. The time is limited. I will try to. Okay. Today, I will be discussing the role of higher education in achieving zero poverty in Vikshit Bharat 2047. The vision of Vikshit Bharat aims to transform India into a developed nation, emphasizing social justice, equity, and poverty eradication. Poverty in India is multidimensional. It is not only the lack of income but also limited access of education, skills, employment opportunities, and social participation. In this context, higher education plays a very crucial employability, fostering innovation, enabling social mobility. India has made significant economic progress over the years, but poverty persists due to educational gaps, unemployment, and social exclusion. Education has always been recognized as a major driver of development. However, higher education is particularly important because it equips individuals with advanced knowledge and skills required for a knowledge-based economy. Higher education institutions not only generate skilled professionals but also contribute to social transformation, innovation, and inclusive growth. Some contributions to higher education, such as human capital development. Higher education builds specialized knowledge and skills, increasing employability and income prospects. Graduates are better prepared to participate in high productivity sectors, contributing to national economic growth. Skill-oriented learning and employability. Universities and colleges offer multidisciplinary education, vocational training, internship, and experiential learning. This approach equips students, especially first-generation learners and marginalized communities, with market-relevant skills. Problem solving. Universities, incubation centers, and startup ecosystems foster entrepreneurship, generate employment, and support local economic development. Social mobility and educational empowerment. Access to higher education enables marginalized communities, women, and youth to overcome structural barriers. Education fosters awareness, confidence, and civic engagement, promoting social inclusion and reducing inequality. Role of NEP 2020. NEP 2020 emphasizes flexibility, accessibility, multidisciplinary learning, and digital education. NEP 2020 strengthens the link between higher education, economic empowerment, and inclusive growth. But there are some challenges and limitations. Like that, despite its potential, higher education faces several constraints, high cost limits, access for economically weaker sections, regional disparities affect institutional quality and availability. Digital divide excludes students from remote or underprivileged areas. Graduate unemployment and underemployment reduce the immediate benefits of higher education. Addressing these challenges is essential for maximizing the poverty reduction impact of higher education. Policy implications and recommendations: promote inclusive policies such as scholarship, reservation, fee concessions, and digital access. Align curriculum with labor market requirements to enhance employability. Invest in quality infrastructure and research capacity in universities. Encourage entrepreneurship education to create self-employment opportunities, and strengthen teacher training and faculty development to ensure high quality education delivery. In conclusion, higher education is a very vital instrument for achieving zero poverty in India through human capital development, skill formation, innovation, and social empowerment. Higher education supports sustainable and inclusive development. By strengthening policies, investment, and labor market alignment, higher education can ensure that India achieves the vision of Vikshit Bharat 2047, a poverty-free, equality, and developed nations. Thank you.
Respected Chairperson, Ma'am, and Chairperson, Sir, professors, paper presenters, and all present here. Myself, Sanjog Subba, student professor at S.R. Fatehpura College under the University of Kalam. First of all, I'd like to thank the organizing committee for giving me the opportunity to deliver my presentation here, and especially thanks to Mosame Ma'am. And today, my topic of presentation is counter-terrorism measures and human rights in India. So we have limited time, so uh, I'm not going to details on each and every point. So as we all know, from previous special lectures, terrorism is the menace that India is facing since independence, and it's facing till date. So according to Global Terrorism Index report, in South Asia, India is ranked third when it comes to terrorist incidents and attacks, only after closely following Pakistan and Afghanistan. And in worldwide, it ranked 14. So I'm not going to detail these definitions, but I'd like to read out one definition of terrorism, which is under the section 15 of Unlawful Activities Prevention Act 1967, which was amended several times. So why this definition is important? This definition is important because when we talk about terrorism, we in broad sense, we mainly terrorism refers to use of violence, a threat of use of violence against non-combatants. But in our country, we are using a broad definition of terrorism. So, as I'm presenting on the counterterrorism measures and human rights in India, I would like to refer this definition to my presentation. So, according to this definition, that UAPA 1967, which was amended several times, defines a terrorist act as any action done with intent to threaten the unity, integrity, security, or sovereignty of India, or to cause terror among the people by employing bombs, dynamites, or other explosive substances, or inflammable substances, or firearms, or other lethal weapons, or poisonous or noxious gases, or other chemicals, or by other substances of hazardous nature, or by any other means of whatever nature. This phrase is very important, that or by any means of whatever nature. I will come to this later. To cause or likely to cause death or injuries to individuals, loss of damage to property, interruption of any supply or service to the community life, intimidation, coercion, or terrorization of a person or part of people. So when it talk about human rights is basically the rights which all humans shall enjoy irrespective of their caste. So in our constitution, we have a list of human rights, especially in the fundamental rights, part 3 of our constitution. But here I mentioned a few articles which is pertinent to debate regarding human rights and counterterrorism measures. Like Article 14, which talks about security, we follow Article 19, Article 20, Article 21, Article 22, which talks about protection against arrest and detention in certain cases. So we have to look, before analyzing the counterterrorism measures, we have to look what's the causes of terrorism in India. There are so many causes of terrorism in India. During morning session, we have to come to know, Professor Mukherjee discussed about psychological and religious causes. But apart from that, we have economic causes, we have ethnic causes, we have religious causes, political causes. So there are so many causes. So discuss along with that, terrorism comes from external actors as well, especially from Pakistan. And along with Pakistan, our neighbors are China, Nepal, Bangladesh, directly or indirectly against our land. So because of these so many reasons, there are more than 50 terrorist groups which are currently operating in India. So these are the list of few terrorist groups. I can't go in detail again, sorry for that. As we all know, Parliament attack, Mumbai attack, Uri, Pulwama, and Pahalgam. But these are the serious and major cases. In India, since 2000, we are facing over 4,300 terrorist attacks, out of which over 22,000 people lost their lives and around almost 11,000 people got severely injured. Additionally, terrorist incidents in India have significantly hindered socio-economic development. So this is the direct violation of human rights. This map or this image shows that where the terrorist incidents is in this red spot area is this dot is the area where the terrorist incidents are at last. So again, I mentioned one thing: terrorism and insurgency is two different things, but in our country, these two things are taken as same as per UAPA definition. So various legislative measures adopted here to come against counterterrorism measures. So most important today it is the UAPA of 1967, which was updated time and again. Last was 2019, and various government organizations and security forces in India are directly and indirectly involved in counterterrorism measures, such as National Investigation Agency, NSG, BSF, CISF, and all other security forces are directly or indirectly engaged to fighting terrorism. So I can go in detail this one. Yes, experience in fighting terrorism while maintaining human rights is an ongoing and dynamic challenge. The legal architecture, especially the tackle sophisticated threat. But here I'd like to mention one thing. what we have to resolve the main issue by its root. Think about why terrorism is so rampant in India. We have to try to resolve this from root. So if we can manage by various measures, we can deal with terrorism issues and these human rights issues we can resolve at large. Thank you with this.
We have missed one person, Dr. Rudrashish Datta. Sorry for missing you.
Can you talk about?
Good afternoon. I am Dr. Rudrashish Datta, Assistant Professor in English, Pritilata Vaddadan Mahavidyalaya, Nadia. The title of my presentation today is a comparative study of human rights education in South Asian countries. So my focus is on the pedagogy part of human rights. Now, since there is a paucity of time, I quickly run through the operative parts of my paper. Now, human rights education, as we all know, is essential for cultivating democratic values, social cohesion, and the capacities necessary to prevent rights violations. This comparative paper, that is my paper, examines the policies, curricula, institutional arrangements, pedagogical practices, and implementation challenges of human rights education in India and other South Asian countries such as Afghanistan, Bangladesh, Maldives, Nepal, Pakistan, and Sri Lanka. My paper analyzes UNESCO frameworks, national reports, academic studies, and NGO documentation to map common patterns and divergences across the region. India, for example, shows a mixed picture. We have a strong constitutional and policy rhetoric, increasing inclusion of HRE modules in higher education and selected school curricula across some state boards, but uneven teacher preparedness and local level implementation. With regard to Nepal and Sri Lanka, we have had evidences of notable curricular incorporations and community-based HRE activities, while Bangladesh demonstrates active rights-based pedagogical experiments alongside severe practical constraints in certain refugee contexts east of Bangladesh. Pakistan's HRE ecosystem is fragmented, disjointed, and dominated by non-formal training and some limited civil rest, often shaped and influenced by international agencies. Now, common barriers across South Asia in this context include politicization of human rights, limited teacher training, lack of age-appropriate materials, resource constraints, and weak monitoring frameworks. My paper argues that successful HRE requires, first and foremost, mainstreaming rights across curricula with age-appropriate pedagogy, sustained pre- and in-service teacher training, robust civil society and state partnerships, context-sensitive materials that tackle local rights issues, and transparent monitoring and evaluation. Country-specific recommendations may vary, but there are very important and recurrent steps that can be across the region to augment this particular aspect of human rights education in our curricula. The first is to develop context-sensitive curricula, as I've said. The second is to promote greater regional cooperation and collaboration. The third is to expand non-formal education in this sector, because non-formal education in human rights is practically non-existent as of now. And the fourth is to empower youth leaders and cultivate them so that they can become human rights defenders of tomorrow. So within this short span, this was my paper in its operative parts. Thank you.
Once more, I'm asking if there is Dipandita Bhoni.
Priyanka Pradhan.
Very good. Am I audible?
Yes, yes, you are audible.
A very good evening to the chairperson.
Priyanka, you are given
respected-
5 minutes, okay?
Hello. Ma'am, am I audible?
Yes, you are audible. You are given 5 minutes. So after 4 minutes, I will be saying that it's time. So 1 minute for the final bell.
Okay, ma'am, thank you.
You can start.
A very good evening to the respected chairperson, my dear paper presenters. My topic for paper presentation is Refugees in South Asia, a study of Tibetan refugees. I'm Priyanka Pradhan, Assistant Professor in the Department of Sociology, Government General Degree College, Chapra. Let me begin by giving a brief introduction about South Asia. South Asia is a region which is characterized by great demographic diversity. It is a home to a large section of refugee population of the world. In the post-independence period, there has been acceptance and accommodation of the refugees from the neighboring countries in South Asia, while countries like Africa have signed Organization of African Unity, Latin American countries have signed the Cartagena Declaration. Not one country in South Asia has signed either the 1951 United Nations Convention of Refugee or its 1967 protocol. About 150,000 Tibetans live as refugees all over the world. Out of this, while 1 lakh live in India, about 20,000 live in Nepal and Bhutan, and the remaining is scattered across the globe. Now, talking about the history of Tibet, it has been a peaceful country situated on the highest plateau in the world. However, in 1949, when the Chinese Communist Party established its control, massive changes and upheaval started taking place. At that point of time, the potent Dalai Lama, Tibet's spiritual and political leader, flew to India along with 80,000 followers. Everything came to a standstill. There was chaos, confusion. People lost their land, their home, and their normal lives. So at that point of time, there was overcrowding, malnutrition, unsanitary conditions, which resulted in a lot of suffering and deaths. Now, at that point of time, the then Prime Minister Jawaharlal Nehru was very accommodative as Dalai Lama sought the help. Then His Holiness the Dalai Lama sought the help of Indian government to create rehabilitation programs for the Tibetan refugees across India. And it was then that the government of southwestern Mysore gave almost 3,200 acres of land, which is converted into Tibetan exile settlement, which is known as the Luksam Samdupling. We know that states of Himachal Pradesh, Uttarakhand, Karnataka, in all these states in India, we find the refugees, Tibetan refugees scattered. I will not be going into detail due to paucity of time. Talking about the problems and challenges, we know that Tibetan refugees, they have not been granted any citizenship or full rights. When they came to India, they were given registration certificates, special entry permits. But these permits, however, they did not give them, though they enjoyed the privileges, they were not given the right to vote. They could not purchase any land. Okay, so it served as an identity document for them and allowed the Tibetans to legally travel and work within the country. But however, when after 1979, those refugees that came to India from Tibet, they had a great difficulty acquiring this registration certificates. And while the Indian government provided land to the refugee community, new arrivals were not very, very fortunate. This created problem for them because farming is their chief source of income. With the realization of education for all Tibetan refugee children, the government of India has opened many schools, which is known as the Center School for Tibetan. And in fact, the Prime Minister Nehru, on the very first day of his meeting with the Dalai Lama in 1959 at Missouri, initiated the establishment of the CTS, that is the Central Tibetan School for the Tibetan children. So access to primary, secondary education has not been a problem for the Tibetan refugees' children. Now, talking about Tibetan refugees in Nepal, we know that Nepal and Tibet has a very amicable relation since very ancient time, as Nepal was the primary entry point for Tibetan refugees who were fleeing from Tibet. And they are scattered in many places and are also concentrated in Kathmandu, the capital city of Nepal. But however, in the late 1980s, Nepal started adopting a more pro-China refugee policy, and it stopped becoming a safe haven for the Tibetan refugees. Under tremendous pressure of China, Nepal initiated a new policy of refusing to accept the Tibetan refugees after 1989. And since 1990, when the Maoist party came into power in the year 2000, Tibetans started being restricted from engaging in any political activities, any cultural expressions. They were restricted from protesting in the streets, so much so that even celebrating Dalai Lama's birthday was restricted. So as a result of these policies, Tibetan refugees started leaving Nepal in droves, and that is why we see that there has been a decline in the refugee population from the 2000 onwards. Now, the next country, I will be saying it very briefly again. Bhutan has served as a third country for the entry of the Tibetan refugees who fled China after the persecution. So about 5,000 Tibetan refugees have temporarily settled in the 7 settlements in Bhutan. So the government of India again provided funds to Bhutan so that they could establish settlements for the Tibetan refugees. And today in Bhutan, we can classify them into 3 categories. One, we have the wealthy elite who have taken Bhutanese citizenship and fully integrated into Bhutanese society. Then we have the Tibetans who have Bhutanese citizenship, and like the wealthier Tibetans, they have moved out of the settlements and become one with the Bhutan people, and they are now of Bhutanese heritage. And the final group we have is of who continue to live in settlements and they do not have Bhutanese citizenship. So with the Dalai Lama being given, again, I've shortened my note on the Tibetans in Bhutan due to lack of time. With the Dalai Lama being awarded the Nobel Peace Prize, this Tibetan issue of the refugees came into the global limelight, and this again led to a rise of the refugees after 1989. So as we know that while government of India has provided many educational facilities to the Tibetan refugee community, financial and material support come from all aid agencies, but yet Tibetans, and this has all helped make Tibetan refugee community one of the successful communities among the refugee community. So it would be summed up that refugees are part of this global migratory phenomenon. We cannot overlook the cause of migration again when we're talking about the causes of the plight of the refugees. Tibetan refugees have evolved as a community in exile through adaptations, adjustments in different physiognomic, social, cultural, and economic space in India as in Asian countries. With the context of Vikshit Bharat, we know that refugees are rooted because we know that Vikshit Bharat aspires for an inclusive society where everybody is equal and everybody has equal access to opportunities regardless of their ethnic, religion, whatever backgrounds it is. So therefore, this principle for host countries if their potential is realized and put into use. Thank you.
Thank you, Priyanka. Next participant is Nancy Davis.
Yes, good evening, ma'am.
Dear Sansi, you are given 5 minutes, so you have to finish your presentation within 5 minutes.
Okay. Respected Chair, other participants, I am NC Daviswee, Assistant Professor in Political Science, St. Xavier's College, Kolkata. My topic is the role of Indian Navy for Vikshit Bharat 2047. Vikshit Bharat, that is the blueprint for India's future, and it aims to transform India into a self-reliant and prosperous economy by 2047. And it has 4 pillars. The first one is economic growth or economic competitiveness. Second one is strong national security and stability. And the third one is secure global partnership and alliances, not isolation. And the fourth one is legal reforms and good governance in the country. And here we can see that national security strategy is very relevant for achieving Vikshit Bharat because we have to protect our sovereignty, we have to maintain internal stability, and also we have to achieve economic growth. Again, it requires 4 factors. In order to a strong national security strategy, we need defense and military preparedness, and then internal security measures, a strong law enforcement mechanism, and cyber security and digital resilience, and also energy and resource security, especially for our economic growth. Here, geography is relate with national security strategy. India's geography is a key factor in shaping our national security strategy. India has land border and also coastal border. And the length of India's coastline is 11,090.81 kilometers. Here, the Indian Navy plays a significant role in ensuring the stability in the Ocean region and also in the Indo-Pacific region. So, what is the role of Indian Navy? Indian Navy plays the following roles. The first one is military role, second one is diplomatic role, and the third one is constabulary role, and the fourth one is benign role. And here, how Indian Navy engages in the seas. And the base of this engagement is Indian Maritime Doctrine that is released in 2004 as Freedom of the Use of Seas, and it revised in 2009 and again amended in 2015 as Ensuring Secure Seas in Indian Maritime Security Strategy. And in 2025, Indian Maritime Doctrine released. The new one is released, and it focused on maritime power for Vikshit Bharat. How this maritime power can be used for Vikshit Bharat. Again, the role of Indian Navy is significant here. And the recent Naval Day celebration, which taken in December 3rd, there is another announcement that is no war, no peace situation in the sea. That again, that is a condition where there is no peaceful atmosphere, and at the same time, it does not reach to a war situation. So in between, there is a balancing situation. So Indian Navy is playing a significant role in balancing the situation. And this policy is integrated with key national initiatives, including Sagarmala Project, Gadi Shakti, Sagarmala Project, that is Port Development Program, Gadishakti is for economic growth, and Maritime India Vision 2030, and Maritime
1 minute
Amrita
left.
Vision, that is 2047, and also the Sagar Vision and Mahasagar Vision. Sagar Vision is India's policy that is announced in 2015, and the revision of Sagar Vision, that is known as Mahasagar, that is announced in 2025 in Mauritius. And another base of this maritime engagement is Coast to Steer 2024 document that highlights how can Indian Navy perform in the ocean for attaining a Vikasit Bharat, that is for through the ready, credible, cohesive and future-ready Navy. That is also explaining the role of Indian Navy in ensuring or securing or achieving Vikasit Bharat in 2047. And analyzing the performance, we can understand that there are several naval exercises, especially bilateral and multilateral drills. And there are some examples, that is Varuna with France, Samudra Shakti with Indonesia, Al-Hindi with Saudi Arabia, Simbex India and Singapore, Malabar exercises with the USA, Japan and Australia, and Kongan recently concluded Kongan exercise with the UK, Indra naval exercise with Russia, Ipsamar with the India, Brazil, South Africa, Sigmex with Singapore, India and Thailand, Slintex with Sri Lanka, Osintex with Australia, and there are other naval exercises are there. And apart from that, in February, there is International Freight Review.
Nancy, please sum up your presentation.
Milan exercise.
Nancy, please sum up.
Management relief, that is HADR mission. It can be considered as a soft power of Indian Navy under Vision Sagar and Mahasagar. That is related with the disaster response coordination, search and rescue operation, medical assistance. During COVID period, we experienced that logistical support, joint drills, training sessions, and community engagement. And the examples are Operation Sugur, Operation Rock Blossom, etc. And another area where Indian Navy playing an important role is anti-piracy operations. The main examples are the deployment of INS Kolkata against Somali pirates in 2024. Naval ship Sumitra, anti-piracy and maritime security operation in the Somalian area.
Davis, please sum up your presentation. It's 8 minutes now.
Excuse me, ma'am.
Please sum up your presentation. It's 8 minutes already.
Okay. So, in conclusion, analyzing these performances, Indian Navy stands for transforming India into first responder, preferred security partner, net securing seas for Vikasit Samudra Bharat by India's resources and India's power and India's jointness with other countries. Thank you.
Thank you, Nancy Davis. Now the next presentation, paper presentation, is going to be by Shumik Majumdar. Shumik Majumdar, the next paper presenter. Dr. Asaruf Islam Lashkar.
Yes, madam, I am here.
Yes. So please be brief in your presentation.
Okay.
Consider
Shall I
that
start,
5 minutes are given. Okay, you can start.
Okay, madam. The title of my today's paper is a comparative study of the refugees on India's western and eastern border. So, for the purpose of today's presentation, I will divide my today's paper into 4 brief sections. In the first section, I will briefly discuss the nature of migration. In the second section, I will discuss the policy gap. And the third section, I will discuss the socio-economic evolution from 1950s to 2000. And lastly, I will discuss briefly on the Northeast perspective, that is Assam and Tripura. So I am starting from the nature of migration. In the West, migration was a surgical strike, violent but definitive. By 1948, the exchange was largely over, but in the East, across Bengal, Assam, and Tripura, it was a bleeding home. People migrated in waves from East Pakistan to 1950-1964, and never shifting from survival to long-term training as Punjab did. The policy gap in dealing with refugees. Why this economic disparity? The answer is, in the West, the government swapped abandoned Muslim land for refugees' land, creating property owners instantly. In the East, the natural lack of faith assumed refugees would go back. Instead of land, they got relief bills. Furthermore, the state introduced the special intensive revision SIR of electoral rules. While Western refugees got land deeds, Eastern refugees got benefits. Then what about the socio-economic evolution or the socio-economic refugees of the Western and Eastern world? In the West, refugees were the Green Revolution and Delhi Industrial War. In the East, we saw proletarianization. Middle-class families became landless laborers. In West Bengal, they survived in squatters' colonies. In Tripura, the influx was so massive, it changed the demographic and agrarian landscape entirely, turning the state into a refugee-dominant economy, but creating deep-seated risks with indigenous tribes that still requires careful management in 2026. Then we must look at Assam. Here, migration from East Pakistan was not just an economic issue. It became an identity crisis. The administrative response was much harsher than in Bengal. For migrants in Assam, the socio-economic hurdle is not just land, it is the D-voter, that is doubtful voter status. Being a doubtful voter, we all know, means being barred from government jobs, credit, and social security, keeping generations in a state of legal and economic limbo. Present status, that is in the year 2026, first section of the 2026, the implementation of the Citizenship Amendment Act is the final attempt to resolve the legal limbo created by decades of SIR and temporary documentation. For the Mothuaj of Bengal or the migrants in Tripura and Assam, this is the end of the verification era. And the Punjabi diaspora focus on heritage, the migrant is still fighting for recognition. In Kolkata, the struggle for patas, that is land deeds, continues, and in Assam, the struggle to shed the debuter level remains a primary economic barrier. To conclude, the story of India's refugees is a tale of two different state responses. On one side, received rehabilitation, the other side received relief and constant revision. Whether it is the squatter of Bengal, the debuters of Assam, or the farmers of Tripura, the cost of partition lives on in their quest for a permanent legal identity. As we move through 2026, understanding this history is essential to ensuring the final. Thank you so much, Madam.
Thank you, Dr. Asaruf Islam Lashkar, for your paper presentation in such a brief time. Now the next speaker is Dr. Dipankar Pramani.
Start.
Yes, Dipankar Pramani.
Ma'am, I can start?
Yes, you start. You are given 5 minutes, okay?
Participant এবং প্রেজেন্টেশন হচ্ছে সবাইকে আমার আন্তরিক শুভেচ্ছা। আমার আজকে সেমিনারের টপিক রয়েছে ভিশন অফ ব্রিক্স ভারত at 2047 the human rights agenda for 2047। তো বিকশিত বলতে আমরা কি বুঝি প্রথম বিষয়টা? বিকশিত হচ্ছে এমন একটি বিষয় যেখানে একটি রাষ্ট্রের অন্তর্ভুক্তিমূলক উন্নয়ন বা ইনক্লুসিভ ডেভেলপমেন্ট থাকবে এবং সিটিজেনশিপ এম্পাওয়ারমেন্ট বা নাগরিক ক্ষমতায়ন, এবং ট্রান্সপারেন্সি, সাস্টেনেবল ডেভেলপমেন্ট যে 17টা গোলস রয়েছে সেই গোলসগুলি পূরণ করার লক্ষ্যে কাজ করবে এবং টেকনোলজি ইনোভেশন, সোশ্যাল জাস্টিস এন্ড ইকুয়ালিটি, এছাড়াও এনভায়রনমেন্টাল স্ট্যাবিলিটি, ইকোনমিক্স এম্পাওয়ারমেন্ট এবং প্রযুক্তি মানবাধিকার সংক্রান্ত বিষয়বস্তুগুলি থাকবে। তো এখানে বলা হচ্ছে যে বিকশিত ভারত 2047 এই মানবাধিকার এজেন্ডাটা কি? বলছি যে 2047 যখন ভারতবর্ষের স্বাধীনতা 100 বছর পূরণ হচ্ছে, সেখানে ভারতবর্ষের এক স্বনির্ভর সমৃদ্ধ জাতিকে পরিণত করার লক্ষ্যে মানবাধিকার উন্নয়নের কেন্দ্রবিন্দুতে রাখা, যেখানে অন্তর্ভুক্তিমূলক একটা প্রবৃদ্ধি ঘটবে, নাগরিক ক্ষমতায়ন যেখানে শিক্ষা, স্বাস্থ্য, কর্মসংস্থান থেকে শুরু করে সুশাসন, প্রযুক্তিগত উদ্ভাবন, পরিবেশগত স্থায়িত্ব এবং সকলের জন্য উন্নত একটা জীবনযাত্রার মান সুনিশ্চিত করবে, যা বৈষম্যহীন সমাজ গঠনের ক্ষেত্রে বা সমাজটাকে পরিচালনার ক্ষেত্রে এগিয়ে নিয়ে যাবে। এর মূল লক্ষ্য হলো মানবাধিকারকে একটি উন্নয়নমূলক নীতি ও শাসনের সঙ্গে একীভূত করে একটি শক্তিশালী, সমৃদ্ধ, ন্যায়সঙ্গত ভারত নির্মাণ করা। তো এই বিকশিত ভারত 2047 এর উদ্দেশ্য কি? সরকার এই পরিকল্পনা নিয়ে কি করতে চাইছে? একটি অভূতপূর্ব অর্থনৈতিক উন্নয়ন ঘটাতে চাইছে, যেখানে একটি বিশ্বের ধনী দেশ বা শক্তিশালী দেশ হিসেবে করে তুলবে এবং যেখানে কর্মসংস্থান থাকবে, শিল্প থাকবে এবং জীবনযাত্রার মান উন্নত করে একটা দারিদ্রতা দূর করার দিকে এগিয়ে নিয়ে যাবে। এছাড়া স্মার্ট সিটি শুরু করে রাস্তাঘাট এবং কৃষক, ভারতবর্ষে যে কৃষকদের কৃষি নির্ভর দেশ, সেই কৃষকদের কল্যাণ সাধন এবং তাদের আয় বৃদ্ধি এবং জীবনযাত্রার উন্নতি সাধন ঘটাবে। সুস্বাস্থ্য শিক্ষা, যাতে প্রত্যেকে একটি বিনামূল্যে একটা ন্যূনতম সাধারণ মানুষেরা শিক্ষা স্বাস্থ্য পরিষেবা পায়, তার ব্যবস্থা করার দিকে এগিয়ে নিয়ে যাবে এবং প্রযুক্তির ব্যবহার, নিরাপদ পরিবেশগুলির দিকের উপর বিশেষ গুরুত্ব দিবে। এই যে ন্যাশনাল এডুকেশন পলিসি, শিক্ষক বা উন্নত ধরনের শিক্ষা সরঞ্জাম প্রোভাইড করে একটা উন্নত ধরনের শিক্ষা দেওয়া, যাতে শিক্ষার্থীরা শিক্ষা গ্রহণ করে একটি দেশকে এগিয়ে নিয়ে যেতে পারে। এছাড়া বলা হচ্ছে যে নারীর ক্ষমতায়ন, নারীদেরকে যদি শিক্ষাক্ষেত্রে বেশি সংখ্যক ভাবে ক্ষমতায়ন ঘটানো যায়, শিক্ষা দেওয়া যায়, তারা যদি বেশি পরিমাণে প্রতিনিধিত্ব করতে পারে, তাহলে কিন্তু দেশ এগিয়ে যাবে এই 2047 বিকশিত ভারতের দিকে। এছাড়া ব্যবসায়িক ক্ষেত্রে বৃদ্ধি, উন্নত প্রযুক্তি হোক, পরিষ্কার এবং সবুজ আয়তন পরিবেশ গঠনের কথা বলা হয়েছে। তো সরকার যে এইরকম চিন্তা ভাবনা গুলি করছে, এই কৌশলগুলি চিন্তা ভাবনা করছে, এই কৌশলগুলি কাজ করার জন্য কি ইমপ্লিমেন্ট ঘটিয়েছে এই বিকশিত ভারতের। তো বলা হচ্ছে যে ভারত কিন্তু ডিজিটাল ইন্ডিয়া খুবই একটি গুরুত্বপূর্ণ বিষয় নিয়ে কাজ করছে। এমনকি গ্রাম অঞ্চলের মানুষের কাছে যাতে ইন্টারনেট পরিষেবা পৌঁছে যায়, তারও কিন্তু বিশেষভাবে কাজ করছে। মেক ইন ইন্ডিয়ার মতো জিনিস, একটি জনপ্রিয় কর্মসূচি বা ভারতবর্ষের উৎপাদিত দ্রব্যবস্তু যাতে বিদেশে বিক্রি হয়, তার চিন্তা ভাবনা শুরু করেছে। এছাড়া স্টার্টআপ ইন্ডিয়া একটা ভালো জায়গায় করেছে ব্যবসা বাণিজ্য করার ক্ষেত্রে। স্কিল ইন্ডিয়া তৈরি করছে, যাতে নতুন নতুন দক্ষতা শিক্ষা শিখতে পারে, প্রশিক্ষণ দেওয়া হচ্ছে সে বিষয়ে সরকার। এছাড়া প্রধানমন্ত্রী গতিশক্তি মিশন বা স্মার্ট সিটি তৈরি করার চিন্তা করছে। জীবন মিশন থেকে শুরু করে স্বচ্ছ ভারত অভিযান একটা ভালো কর্মসূচি রয়েছে, যেখানে ভারতবর্ষকে একটা পরিষ্কার পরিচ্ছন্ন ভাবে তুলে ধরা। এত বহু সংখ্যক একটা দেশের মানুষের কাছে এই স্বচ্ছ ভারত মিশন একটি গুরুত্বপূর্ণ কিন্তু উদ্যোগ বলে মনে করা যায়। এবং এই যে ভারত সরকার যে দিকগুলি রেখেছে বা চিন্তা ভাবনা করছে, এর কিন্তু অনেক চ্যালেঞ্জ রয়েছে বা সমস্যাগুলি রয়েছে। সেই চ্যালেঞ্জগুলি কি কি রয়েছে? এই চ্যালেঞ্জগুলি হচ্ছে যে ভারতের মতো একটি দরিদ্র দেশে সবার কাছে শিক্ষার আলো পৌঁছে দেওয়ার ক্ষেত্রে কিন্তু একটি বড় সমস্যা রয়েছে। এছাড়া কি কি রয়েছে? বেকারত্ব, দুর্বল অবকাঠামো, দুর্বল চাহিদা, শিল্পায়নের বাধা। এছাড়াও সামাজিক ক্ষেত্রেও সমস্যাগুলি দেখা দিচ্ছে, বা ধর্মীয় বিভেদ বা লিঙ্গ বৈষম্য, শিশু শ্রম, এগুলি বা প্রশাসনিক রাজনৈতিক ক্ষেত্রেও প্রবলেমগুলি আসছে। তো এই যে প্রবলেম গুলি আসছে, এগুলি যাতে সলিউশন কিভাবে হবে, সলিউশন করার জন্য ভারত সরকার বিভিন্ন রকম কাজকর্মগুলি করে এগিয়ে নিয়ে যাচ্ছে। যে জনসংখ্যা কাজ, বিপুল সংখ্যক জনসংখ্যা যে রয়েছে তাদেরকে শিক্ষা আলো পৌঁছে দেওয়ার জন্য
5 মিনিট হয়ে গেছে। হ্যাঁ, একটু এবার stop করে দাও।
ম্যাম কনক্লুশন করছি। যদি বিকশিত ভারত 2047 কে যে সরকারি পরিকল্পনা, তবু যদি প্রতিটি নাগরিক হাতে হাত মিলিয়ে আমরা এগিয়ে নিয়ে যেতে পারি বা একটি ভালো জায়গায় তুলে নেওয়া যায়, নিয়ে যেতে দেওয়া যায়, সবাইকে কিন্তু এগিয়ে আসতে হবে। তাহলে আমরা ভারতবর্ষকে একটি উন্নতম জায়গায়, একটি বিশ্বের কাছে তুলে ধরতে পারবো। থ্যাংক ইউ।
যদি কোনো কারোর কোনো প্রশ্ন থাকে, যারা পেপার প্রেজেন্টেশন করেছেন অনলাইন এবং অফলাইন মোডে, আপনারা এখানে করতে পারেন। If there is any question from your side, you can ask the paper presentation who have already made from online as well as offline paper presentations. You can ask them.
Well, I think we have come to the end of the second technical session, both online and physical. On behalf of the chair and myself, let me congratulate all the presenters who have done a good job within such a short, limited time. But they is to announce their topic and the research focus. Then a few findings, most of them could mention because of the time. Well, most of the presentations had good focus on the wider theme of the conference, and presenters touched on topics counterterrorism, human rights education, and on a wider perspective about the main focus of the conference, Vikshit, Bharat vision, and India's engagement with neighbors or borders. And so most of the presentations were definitely very relevant. And we had more time was given to the presenters so that it will be inspiring for them as well, and achieving an accomplishment to present to an academic audience. Unfortunately, hopefully, let me appeal to the organizers that next time you could have parallel sessions, giving enough time for student presenters, so that we can nourish, groom future researchers and academicians. Maybe the parallel sessions can be organized after the plenary opening or inauguration session, so that at least 10 minutes is required and 5 minutes for discussion. Question and answer session is very important for students because then they will learn the deficiencies and the gaps in research, and they can improve the papers. I found that most of them are very confident and delivered very smartly, I think, and voice was clear, and they chose their commitment and cleanness doing research. And we like to thank the Ranaghat College for providing such good opportunities for budding researchers. And I think most of the presenters had a very good comprehensive structure and suitable methodology and very clear focus as well. And there was very good hope for very good investigation exploration coming up with innovative ideas or novel solutions towards the issues that they have researched. And on this note, again, everyone please give the presenters a round of applause. And thank you very much.
স্যার অলরেডি বললেন, তো আমার জাস্ট মনে হলো একটু আমি বাংলাতে করি। প্রত্যেকটা পেপারের একটা ভ্যারিড ব্যাপার ছিল, একটা মারামারি থেকে, টেরোরিজম থেকে, কাউন্টার টেরোরিজম থেকে, রিফিউজি, মাইগ্রেশন, ডেমোক্রেসি, হোয়াট নট। আর ট্রুলি সাউথ এশিয়াকে স্টাডি করতে আমার মনে হয় যে ইন্ডিভিজুয়ালি ভাবে তো করা যাবে না, কোনোভাবেই করা যায় না। কিপিং ইন মাইন্ড বোথ দ্য স্টেট এন্ড সোসাইটি, যেহেতু আমরা বি দ্য স্টুডেন্ট অফ পলিটিক্যাল সায়েন্স, আমরা তো এইভাবেই শিখতে অভ্যস্ত, বুঝতে অভ্যস্ত, দেখতে অভ্যস্ত। তো ন্যাচারালি শুধু পলিটিক্সকে বুঝতে পারা আলাদা, বা ইন্টারন্যাশনাল রিলেশনস পারসে ওরকম ভাবে ধরা যায় না। তো এই যে ভ্যারিড অ্যাসপেক্টস গুলোকে যেগুলোকে হাইলাইটেড হলো পেপার প্রেজেন্টেশনের মধ্যে, প্রত্যেকে খুব ভালোভাবে পেপার প্রেজেন্ট করেছে। এবং সোসাইটি, বিশেষ করে সোসাইটিকে আমি হাইলাইট করছি এই কারণে, কারণ গ্রোথ আর ডেভেলপমেন্ট শুধু ইকোনমিক বা হিউম্যান ডেভেলপমেন্ট দিয়ে হয় না। ডেভেলপমেন্ট স্টার্ট হয় ইন্ডিভিজুয়াল পারসন দিয়ে, এবং সেটা শুরু হয় সোশ্যালাইজেশন বা সাইকোলজিক্যাল বিহেভিয়ারের মধ্যে দিয়ে, যেটা আমার মনে হয় একটা নেশনকে বা স্টেট অনেক দূর নিয়ে যেতে পারে। বিকশিত ভারত তো শুধু ওইভাবে হবে না, তাহলে সেই জায়গাটা কিন্তু খুব ইম্পর্টেন্ট, যেটা আমার নিজের মনে হয়েছে। বিহেভিয়ারাল চেঞ্জেস, বিহেভিয়ারাল সায়েন্স, বিহেভিয়ারাল স্টাডিজ উইথ সাইকোলজি, সেইটা আজকের দিনে খুব প্রযোজ্য। কারণ আমি একটা নর্মাল এক্সাম্পল দিচ্ছি। ইয়েস্টারডে আমি যখন মুম্বাই এয়ারপোর্ট থেকে ফিরছিলাম, কলকাতায় ফিরলাম, আমি দেখলাম কেউ আর ডিজি যাত্রা যাচ্ছে না। কেন যাচ্ছে না? এই যে ডিজিটাল ইন্ডিয়ার কথা হচ্ছিল, বিকশিত ভারতের কথা হচ্ছিল, মেজর লাইন কিন্তু ভাবে এখনো পর্যন্ত ওই আধার কার্ড দেখাবো। মানুষের মনে এই ব্যাপারটা আছে যে এটা দেখানো মানে বাবা আমি তো সার্ভিলেন্সের মধ্যে চলে এলাম। সো হোয়াট? আমি যদি কোনো কিছু ক্রাইম না করি, আমি যদি অন্যভাবে না ভাবি, তো সার্ভিলেন্সের ক্ষতিটা কোথায়? কিন্তু এই যে এত রকমের আজকালকার যে সমস্যাটা, মানুষ তো এই সার্ভিলেন্সের জায়গাটাই ভয় পেয়ে যাচ্ছে। তো এবং আমি ডিজিযাত্রা না করে সাধারণভাবেও তো অনেকে হয়তো অসুবিধা থাকতে পারে, কিন্তু প্যান কার্ড, আধার কার্ড সবকিছু, তাহলে ডেভেলপমেন্ট হোক, কিন্তু ডেভেলপমেন্ট ওইভাবে নয়, বিকশিত ভারত ওইভাবে নয়, যেটা ম্যাডাম হাইলাইট করছিলেন নারাবালিকে মাথায় রেখে, যেটা আমার খুব ইনফ্যাক্ট ভালো লেগেছে, পার্সোনালি ভালো লেগেছে। তো সেই জায়গাটা হয়তো একটু ভাবার, প্রত্যেককে ভাবার কিভাবে হবে। এটা হিউম্যানিটেরিয়ান, তো আমরা কথায় কথায় হিউম্যানিটেরিয়ান বলি, বাট হোয়াট অ্যাকচুয়ালি কনস্টিটিউট হিউম্যানিটেরিয়ান, সেইটা হয়তো ভাবার একটু প্রশ্ন আছে। তো এটা আমার মনে হলো এই সবগুলো দেখে বিকশিত ভারত ডেফিনেটলি দরকার, ইন্ডিয়া স্টেটের জায়গা থেকে দরকার। কিন্তু ওই যে বিশ্বনাথ স্যার সকালবেলা আমি একটুখানি তখনই শুনছিলাম, উনি বলছিলেন শ্রীলঙ্কার কথা, ইনক্লুসিভ এক্সক্লুসিভ ডেমোক্রেসি থেকে ইনক্লুসিভ। বাংলাদেশ কিন্তু কি করবে এখন, শ্রীলঙ্কাকে যদি একটু শিক্ষা নেয় বা দেখে একটু ভাবে, তাহলে এই ব্যাপারগুলো তো শুধু স্টেটের নয়, উই দ্য পিপল অ্যাট লার্জ, ইন্ডিভিজুয়াল উইথ পিপল। অর আমি যদি লিবারালিজম ভাব থেকে না ভাবি, তাহলে পার্সন, রাডিক্যাল অন্য ক্ষেত্রে ভাবলে, তাহলে ব্যক্তি, ইন্ডিভিজুয়াল, পার্সন, যাই বলি না কেন, থেকে থেকে তারপরে একটু স্টেট, তারপরে স্টেট, ডেফিনেটলি নেশনহুড আসে, নেশনহুড ডাইরেক্টলি, এটা সবাই আমাদের মধ্যে আছে। তাই জন্য বিকশিত ভারতের এই ডেভেলপমেন্টটা হয়তো আমাদের সবার মধ্যে দিয়ে, এবং সাউথ এশিয়াকে স্টাডি করতে গেলে এই সবগুলো কিন্তু একটু ভাবতে হবে, যেগুলো আমি এরা নিশ্চয়ই এগুলো সব তুলে ধরতে, এবং খুব ভালোভাবে সবকটা পেপার প্রেজেন্টেশন ছিল। থ্যাংক ইউ।
Thank you very much, Dr. Ali Samim, Dr. Ali Shena, and Dr. Proshenjit Shah for chairing this technical session. Good afternoon, distinguished speakers, esteemed participants, my fellow colleagues, and beloved students. As a member of the organizing committee of this conference, I would like to announce that we have reached the last segment of this conference. Now, I invite Professor Dr. Lipi Ghosh for the valedictory lecture. Madam, kindly come to the dais and gracing us with your valedictory lecture. I request Dr. Moushumi De to felicitate Dr. Lipi Ghosh. Thank you, ma'am. Please be seated. Before leaving the floor for you, Dr. Ghosh, I am taking the privilege to introduce you. Professor Dr. Lipi Ghosh has an esteemed intellectual journey as well as administrative experiences. I am mentioning here briefly. She is the former Vice Chancellor, Sona Devi University, Jharkhand. She was the Centenary Chair Professor of International Relations, University of Calcutta, along with her position as the Director of the Center for South and Southeast Asian Studies and Director, Women's Studies Research Center, University of Calcutta. Her major research interest areas are ethnicity, minority, and cultural studies in the context of South and Southeast Asia. Her special interest is India, South Asia, and Southeast Asian relations and connectivities. She was the first ICCR chair professor in Lund University, Sweden. She was also a Nehru Fulbright Professional and Academic Excellence Fellow to the US. Ma'am, now the floor is yours. Please proceed.
Namaskar. Good evening. I hope all of you have the energy to listen to me at the fag end of the 2 days very exhaustive seminar. And my duty is to deliver the valedictory. Actually, what is the valedictory address? Valedictory address means a kind of revisiting the seminar themes along with my own impression, etc. So, frankly, I couldn't be physically present because of some personal problems. But from yesterday morning, I was always connected with you. With the help of our digital technology, they have sent, the college authority has sent me the link, and I was always there to listen to the deliberations, etc. And it feels that this seminar organized by Ranaghat College as well as another neighboring college. What is that? Kolkata College, right? Yeah. Chapra College. Chapra College, Ranaghat College and Chapra College with collaboration with Abul Kalam Azad Institute of Asian Studies. And what we see that for the central theme is Vikshit Bharat, and there the seminar theme has concentrated mainly on four pillars, that is democracy, human rights, peace and security. So what I'm going to tell you today, right now, it has four sections. First is about although you have heard a lot, still, just to sum up in the form of summing up, I would like to tell you first the connotation of Vikshit Bharat. Second, our Prime Minister Modi's vision on Vikshit Bharat. Third, about this seminar. And fourth, about my own observations. Okay? So, একটু এই জলটা দাও না ভাই, ওখানটা আছে ওই ছোট্ট বোতলটা। So first, framing Vikshit Bharat 2047. What is Vikshit Bharat? That is a kind of aspiration of government of India to become a developed nation on the completion of 100 years of decolonization. I am basically a historian, although I was in different fields of international relations, etc. So I try to understand from the perspective of history. And here I start with decolonization, that is 1947. No, it's okay. Fine. I prefer to talk in standing pose. So, and we aspire to become a developed nation. And what is a developed nation? Developed nation involves multitude of factors ranging from economic prosperity to overall quality of life enjoyed by citizens. It is not only economic growth or the gross domestic product, but it is also overall human development and rise in the HDI, that is Human Development Index. Vikshit Bharat initiative represents the government of India's ambitious vision to transform the nation into a developed country, coinciding with the centennial of its independence. The ambitious endeavor encapsulated by the slogan, bold vision, brighter future. And we seek to mobilize efforts across economic, social, environmental, and governance domains to achieve comprehensive and sustainable development. Achieving developed nation status holds significant implications for India. And so it is not only any parochial development, but it is a development in a holistic approach. Now the vision and objective. The overreaching vision of Vikshit Bharat is to transform India, as I already said, into economic prosperity, social advancement, sustainability, and effective governance. And it offers every citizen high standard of living and ensuring equitable, mind the word, equitable growth for all. We don't know, now we have already reached 2026. And within these few years, if we can really do this, there is a big question. But we should not give up our aspiration. And that way, we need to work. I'm sure by that time, 2047, even if I leave, I will not be in a position to work mentally. What is my age right now? But you people, you are the younger generation. Most of the faces I see, you are younger people. And so, you need to work. And what are the key pillars and focus areas? Vikshit Bharat initiative is underpinned by several key frameworks. At its core there are four pillars identified by the government. One is Juba, that is youth. Second is Garib, that is poor. Mahilai, women. And Annadata, that is farmers. And these pillars represent the key demographic and occupational groups. Additionally, Prime Minister Narendra Modi has articulated 6 pillars for Vikshit Bharat, emphasizing specific areas of focus, making India a global manufacturing hub, reviving the glory of India's knowledge system, ensuring global presence of Indian products, and powering green energy, expanding tourism, and promoting inclusive global development. So, what will be the strategy? How we can carry it out? We are talking different fields, different areas, but there should be a mechanism to carry it out. We already have it. What is that? National Institution for Transforming India, Niti Aayog. It plays a central role in the Vikshit Bharat initiative, functioning as an apex public policy think tank of the Government of India. Niti Aayog has been instrumental in preparing the foundational document that is Vision for Vikshit Bharat 2047, which is an approach paper, which outlines strategic direction for achieving developed nation status. And it emphasizes a collaborative approach with state governments fostering a spirit of Team India. Several national programs and initiatives are integral part of Vikshit Bharat strategy. The key factor is Make in India and Atmanirbhar Bharat, which aims to boost domestic manufacturing and reduce import independence. The Digital India initiative seeks to expand internet access, promote digital literacy, and enhance the governance. The Skill India mission focuses on equipping the youth with relevant skill to enhance their employability. The Prime Minister's Gati Shakti Master Plan aims to integrate infrastructure projects across sectors for expedited development. The National Education Policy 2020 introduces transformative reforms in education sector. Financial policies and budgetary allocations play a crucial role. The Union budget outlines the government's priorities and allocates substantial resources towards key sectors and initiatives aligned with this vision. A significant emphasis is placed on increasing capital expenditure for infrastructure development. And recognizing that the vision of Vikshit Bharat requires the active participation of all citizens, the government has launched initiatives to engage the youth and the wider population. Programs like Vikshit Bharat Ambassador Yuva Connect program. In Delhi recently on 12th and 13th January, there was a special program with the young people. And so Vikshit Bharat Youth Parliament to foster engagement. And what is our aim? The basic aim about economic growth is that central tenet of Vikshit Bharat vision is ambitious target of transforming into a US dollar 30 to 40 trillion economy by the year 2047. Only future will tell me if we will be successful. About social development, Vikshit Bharat places significant emphasis on key social development like education and quality education. One of the young scholar was talking about the different details of educational development. I like the paper, and he emphasized that how our strategy now emphasizes skill development and vocational training also. And in the health sector, Vikshit Bharat aims to provide universal access to high quality, affordable, and comprehensive healthcare services. Poverty reduction and social inclusion are central to Vikshit Bharat mission. Specific attention is given to women's empowerment and development of tribal communities through targeted programs and policies. So this is the main basic objectives. And last 2 days seminar, from different angles, this seminar has already discussed this. And even about the challenges. One scholar was presenting a paper and he talked about that. What are the challenges? Of course, one challenge is definitely our population. Population is such a big that there are several challenges. Then creating sufficient job opportunities and adequate skill development is also a big challenge. But I have also some ideas in my mind. I will tell you at the last that is one of the basic challenges. Now I come to the second part of my lecture, that is key highlights of our Honorable Prime Minister's Modi's speech. And he on Vikshit Bharat says that Vikshit Bharat hinges on collective resolve of 140 crore citizens, and its goal is to definitely build a developed India, and it additionally mandating at least 2 annual reforms in each of the 3 lakh institutions. And about defense, he wants India becoming a self-reliant in the defense sector. On financial sector, India has successfully doubled per capita income and made significant progress in employment. Despite the global pandemic, that is COVID-19, India has swiftly improved the economy with a focus on modern infrastructure. Then there is massive infrastructure development, including railway, airport, road network, and of course, as we had a paper on Navy, and we have seen that in particularly in the Indian Ocean region, India has now new policies which were never been taken up so seriously. Then on farmers, on transformation in the agricultural sector is the crucial of the hour, and he feels that we must strengthen the nutrition of the world and also support the small farmers of India. India and her farmers have the potential to create a global food basket. And 60,000 Amrit Sarovar ponds have been revived and replenished. On world affairs, G20 was never so successful. It was successful, but it was never held in such a grand manner before. Then Bharat has a capability to organize major international events, and that proves that. And Bharat does not mean a threat to anyone. He expressed hope that situation in Bangladesh will soon return to normalcy. Then primary concern of 150 crore citizens to ensure safety of Hindus, the minorities in Bangladesh. And Bharat also desired that our neighboring countries pursue a path of containment and peace. On empowerment and development, Honorable Prime Minister feels that we chose reforms to uplift the poor, middle class, unprivileged, urban population and youth by empowering them. And we have different policies. Lifting 25 crore people out of poverty affirms our momentum towards achieving our dreams. Inclusive initiative like Indian Sign Language, Sugamba Bharat, and support for the transgender community ensure dignity and equality. The Trivid mark, that is 3-way route, embodies the spirit of service to all. Then about education, he talks about the spirit of ancient Nalanda University, which we want to revive. We want to develop an education system so that youth of our country don't need to go abroad. We want to create such institutions that attract people from abroad to come to Bharat instead. India's talent should not be hindered because of the language. So, empowerment of mother tongue is also one of the policies. Then there is National Research Foundation, which has been created, providing it with a legal framework to develop a permanent system that will continuously strengthen research. Then on women, safety, environment. In the last 10 crore women have joined self-help groups, becoming key agents of social transformation through financial empowerment. And till date, total of 9 lakh crore funds have been channeled by bank to self-help groups. Then there are more some points. I'm not going into details. Those are on developing industry, on railways, renewable energy, on sports, on law and justice, and on housing. Just on law and justice, I would like to draw your attention that the Uniform Civil Code is one of the goal of Vikshit Bharat, where all will be given equal and equitable justice. And India should come forward to embrace the concept of one nation, one election, like that. So this is the second part. Now I come to your second. So, but I feel that it is a big success, definitely. And to start with, Honorable Vice Chancellor Kalyan University, what I feel that he in his has emphasized on the role of neighboring countries, which was the central motto. Arup Bandyopadhyay of Chapra College, he briefly narrated 4 pillars of Vikshit Bharat. Then Sanjeev Kumar Sharma of Chaudhary Charan University, Meerut, talked on rich heritage of India, that is Sanatan Parampara. And he talked about that we are rising, and there is Amrit Uday. Culturally, India is well connected with our neighbors. And his basic approach was that India wants benefit and welfare for entire world. Sarve Sukhino Bhavantu. And Vikshit Bharat can fulfill that aim. Then we had Dr. Samin from Maldives National University. He also emphasized on notion of harmony in context of history of Maldives. Maldives is a very developed country in several respects, and his one very attractive sentence was that India is seen as a guardian of peace. And Professor Abul of Goa University, he emphasized on student participation, and later what I see that he talked that yes, Professor Alok Ghosh. Alok Ghosh, he had identified 6 pillars, and he emphasized on Indian plurality, which is very important because one of the obstacles, one of the ভারতবর্ষে কোনো কিছু করার একটা বড় বাধা হচ্ছে আমাদের এই পপুলেশনের variation in the population and culture. But yes, still we must remember that we preserve unity among diversity. But he is hopeful for a successful foreign policy, and India will emerge as a savient power, as a protector of democracy. Then we had Balaram Prasad Raut from Central University of Law, South Asian University. He talked on democracy and other neighboring powers like Pakistan, Bangladesh, Nepal, and compared Indian situation with internal politics of these countries. Authoritarian tendency can be identified among India's neighbors, and that can be a obstruction for Vikshit Bharat. And democracy is in tradition, and he is hopeful that Vikshit Bharat can definitely show us new light. Then Professor Tripathi, Rahul Tripathi from Goa, he emphasized on the importance of border, and he, if I remember correctly, he submitted to propose a Ranaghat declaration. In his speech yesterday, he told that you should send a Ranaghat declaration to Minister of External Affairs. And what will be that? South Asia must revive the people contact. It was a basic thing. And secondly, he talked about inclusive India. This is very important. Today also I had a talk with him during lunchtime, and he was telling that, yes, India should have the approach of inclusive India. Then in the day two, Professor Tripathi was in chair. We had Professor Shumit Mukherjee, who talked on the challenge of militancy and panacea for it. And according to him, dialogue is a panacea. But obviously, it is not a universal solution. So, efficacy of dialogue is important. That dialogue without any efficacy cannot be successful. And digital dialogue he also talked on. Then Professor Shamin had a detailed paper, and here also he talked on partnership, security, climate change, and Maldives' importance as a geopolitical country. Then Dr. Vishwanath Chakraborty of Ravindra Bharati University, he briefly explained his Vikshit Bharat vision, and he talked that how Vikshit Bharat can lead to improved international relations. He has identified the contradiction between European rationality in today's world versus South Asian values. This is very, very important. And we need to have pragmatic approach to neighbors. And then we have Milind Duare. He had a very intensive study on constitutional changes in Pakistan, and he talked on how since the time of Bhutto till now, 27th Amendment, there were several changes, and how this civilian power is being corrupted by the military. And and this military and terrorism are definitely a threat to our notion of Vikshit Bharat, but we are hopeful that we can overcome that. And then Sudhita Ghosh, Dr. Sudhita Ghosh, she talked about issues of human rights and environment, and she highlighted importance of three T's, that is tea, tourism, and timber. And he also talked something new, that is theory of power. This theory of power is also very important. What I feel that until and unless if we become prone to this, succumb to a particular power notion, then will be difficult. So notion of democracy, the value of democracy may be carved to some extent. So now at the end, I would like to put forward what I feel. In brief, I can say my recommendations. The effectively to pursue effectively Vikshit Bharat vision, I feel 2-3 points. Number one, a continued and strengthened focus on bolstering the manufacturing sector. Government must maintain its strong emphasis on infrastructure development across the country. Secondly, human capital remains, investing in human capital remains paramount. So that way, education sector should get the priority. Thirdly, governance. Strengthening governance is important. And fourthly, green growth. And finally, that I told you that I'm going to tell in the end. But I feel that whatever Vikash we want to do, whether for Bharat or for world, it begins at home. It begins with your mother. A mother-child relation is very, very, very important. So Vikshit Bharat can begin in our home itself. As a mother, as a sister, you need to teach the children at home that how they should follow the values. One of the main obstacles of India's Vikshit Bharat notion is corruption. Not only in India, I would say throughout the globe it is there. Corruption is very, very bad situation. Why? Why it is growing day by day? Why? What is the problem? I feel this is a problem with our value system. So I would repeat, I would reiterate that for a bold vision, brighter future, as a father, as a mother, we, as a brother, as a sister, we have our duties to bolster our younger generation with notions of values, and that way only we can develop a value-based system that is real, quote-unquote, real Vikshit Bharat. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Professor Dr. Lipi Ghosh, for delivering an insightful, valedictory speech. Now we have almost reached the last portion of our conference, and it's time for Thanksgiving. And for that, I would like to request the pioneer for organizing this conference. Although the convener is Dr. Moushumi De and the joint convener is Krishna Gopal Mohanto, but who is behind the actual stage, none other than Biman Shaha, Assistant Professor of Political Science, Ranaghat College. Without him, it was almost impossible for us to organize such a wonderful conference and such kind of distinguished speaker from various parts of the South Asian region and India as well. So thank you everyone for the participants, and please, I'm welcoming Biman Shaha for giving the vote of thanks.
Good evening, everyone. As we come to the close of our insightful and enriching international conference organized by the Department of Political Science, Ranaghat College, in collaboration with the Department of Political Science, Government General Degree College, Chapra, it's my great honor to deliver vote of thanks of this particular conference on behalf of the organization committee. At first, I would like to thank our chief guest, Professor Kallol Pal, Honorable Vice Chancellor, University of Kolkata, for inaugurating this particular conference. I would also like to express my deepest gratitude to Professor Sanjeev Kumar Sharma for his keynote address. His address containing insightful things, and the lecture is also knowledgeable, inspiring, motivational, and also it contains few things which is very, very important for organizing such kind of conference in future. I would also like to express my heartfelt gratitude to our distinguished speakers and panelists like Ali Shamim from Maldives, Professor Balram Prasad Raut from Nepal, Professor Rahul Tripathi from Goa University, Dr. Milind Dawade from Jawaharlal Nehru University, Professor Vishwanath Chakraborty from Rabindra Bharati University, Professor Sumit Mukherjee from University of Kolkata, and so many others for their insightful lectures and their discussion, which is also fruitful for the all-round development of India. I must take this opportunity to express my heartfelt gratitude to the organizing committee and my esteemed colleagues, especially Dr. Arup Kumar Maiti, our principal sir, and Dr. Moushumi De, our convener, Mrs. Suchandra Mitro, our guide, proper guide, Dr. Amlan Kumar Mitro, our advisor, true advisor, you may say, Jyotirmoy Vishwas, Sudipta Mukherjee, Priyanka Sadhu, Dayal Sarkar, and so many others. To our dedicated volunteers and students, especially Supriyo, Gagan, Deep, Obhijit, Indrajit, Suman, Bhola, Shushmita, and others. Thank you for your tireless efforts and meticulous planning. Your hard work behind these scenes has ensured the smooth execution of this conference. But I have no word strong enough to express my deepest gratitude to Krishna Gopal Mahanto. His ever smiling and never tiring attitude with hard work is very much essential for organizing such kind of international conference. Uh, I also extend our appreciation to our sponsors, Maulana Abul Kalam Azad Institute of Asian Studies, specifically Dr. Alok Kumar Ghosh and the director, Sir Sharup Prasad Ghosh. A special thanks to our participants and attendees for your active engagements and enthusiasm. Your presence and contributions have enriched the discussions and made this event a collaborative success. To the technical support team, specifically Rajoshi, Rajoshi, thank you for ensuring that all our sessions ran seamlessly, both in person and virtually. Your expertise and dedication are greatly appreciated. Lastly, I would like to thank the venue staff for their excellent service and hospitality. Your efforts have made everyone feel comfortable and welcome. In conclusion, thank you all once again for your valuable contributions and participation. You have made this conference a memorable one and impactful experience. Have a great evening and safe travels home. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Biman. Yeah, this is now before that,
ভিডিওটা
we should distribute the certificate first for the participants and then the photo session. All the participants and students, please come in front of the stage.
আস্তে আস্তে চলে যাও আস্তে আস্তে চলে যাও এইটা না সরিয়ে দাও এটা সরিয়ে আর কি লাগবে না দরকার ধাক্কা টাকা লাগলেই হয়ে যাবে আরে বাথরুম পরে ওইখানে ঢুকতে হবে নাহলে ওইখানে ঢুকে যেতে হবে আরে দাঁড়াও না এখানে চলে আরে ঠিক আছে ঠিক আছে নাহলে একটু দূরে চলে যাও যদি টাইট আসে দেখে নিও ফটোটা আসলে ফটোটাই মেন আস্তে আস্তে
আমি চলে যাবো সর সর কি বলবো দিবে না পাগল চল